Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will now start the 2022 APCC International Symposium on the topic of competition and consumer welfare in the platform era. I am the General Secretary of APCC and Vice President of the Seoul National University Center for Competition Law. My name is Young Soo-shin. I'll be the moderator. I would like to thank all of those in the competition industry for attending this meeting. The official language of the symposium is English. If you need Korean translation, you can go to the Korean Center, the Seoul National University Center for Competition Law, TV, and select the language of your preference. And we have simultaneous interpretation receivers on the table for those of you who are attending in person. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. Then, without further ado, we will invite Professor Bong-il Lee, the co-chair of APCC and the professor at Seoul National University Law School, to give his opening address. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the co-chair of APCC, Bong-il Lee, professor at SNU Law School. APCC, the Asia Pacific Competition Community, is a virtual network that connects legal experts in the field of competition law. We had the inaugural meeting back in 2021 and held the first APCC International Symposium in a hybrid format, both online and offline. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we had some challenges in our operations, but in October of last year, we had a symposium on the topic of personal information protection in the era of digital age, in the age of digital economy. And today we have invited renowned experts and practitioners from the competition area to discuss the topic of competition and consumer welfare in the platform era. And together with the Competition Law Society of Korea, APCC is jointly hosting the second international symposium. In the era of the digital era, in almost all areas, we are seeing the acceleration of platform expansion. And such new economic phenomenon is raising new challenges to competition and competition laws. The so-called GAFA, the 4 mega tech platforms, are posing or are causing concerns in terms of competition that may not be able to be addressed by the existing competition regulations. And regarding as to whether there's a need to step up the strength of the regulations, there is a lot of debate going on worldwide. But on the other hand, there are those who believe that platforms contribute to enhancing competition and consumer welfare. So against this backdrop, I believe that the topic today is very timely, and this will be a venue for experts from around the world to engage in major topics, especially the topic of search neutrality, or discuss the case of Google shopping or the case of Naver shopping in Korea. In other words, discussing the topic of self-preferencing, I believe will be very productive, both academically and in practice-wise. I would like to thank all those attending in person and via online for attending today. I would like to thank especially the 3 moderators and 10 panelists. And above all else, I would like to thank those attending this symposium from overseas, including Professor Daniel Sokol, Professor Andre Fredkin, Mr. Alexander O'Clear, Professor Bobby Zhou, and Mr. Thomas Barnett. in early hours. And despite the time differences, I hope that we can see you soon in person in the next time. Finally, I would like to thank Professor Sang-Seung Lee, who is the co-chair of APCC, together myself, and Professor Dae-Sik Hong at the SNU Center for Competition Law, and also Chairman Jung Young-jin of the Cooperation Committee of APCC. And APCC TV, which is a YouTube channel, is being used by the users in Korea to watch this symposium. I hope that you will stay with us till the very end. With that, I would like to conclude my opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next. With regard to the topic of today's symposium, we will hear from Mr. Sang-Wook Cho, chairperson of KFTC, for the keynote speech. Originally, he was scheduled to come to the site, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he will join us virtually. So without further ado, we will listen to the keynote speech from Mr. Sang-Wook Cho.
Chair of the Korea Fair Trade Commission, KFTC. I am delighted to meet our Asia-Pacific competition community members who are advancing competition law and economics, both domestically and internationally. I also thank all the staff members who organized today's meaningful international symposium, especially Bong Lee and Sang-Seung Lee, President of APCC. Thank you. The fourth industrial revolution, technology development, and COVID-19 have transformed our industries. Offline to online, price comparison engines, personalized ads, and other disruptive innovations of online platforms helped to drive our transition to a digital economy. COVID-19 has imposed the social distancing on us, accelerating online transactions in the digital economy. Offline businesses are going online in almost all industries, including retail, finance, transportation, media, and healthcare. These platforms' disruptive innovations have both positive and negative impacts. On the one hand, their connectivity and data use created business opportunities and increased consumer convenience. Consumers can easily find the information to compare prices and product attributes to make better buying decisions. On the other hand, platforms' growing dominance can reduce competition, hurt small businesses, and hurt consumers. Platforms' network and cross-network effects can log in users to generate winner-takes-all effects, and by so doing, create concentrated markets and virtual monopolies. As firms increasingly rely on platforms to access consumers, many small online stores need platforms to survive. So, platforms might abuse their market dominance and exploit small businesses. To address these problems, we need to create and enforce fundamental rules to ensure transparency and fair trade practices governing platforms and online stores, thereby supporting dynamic and innovative market environments. In addition, many digital markets have a high fixed cost and low or zero variable cost of adding other services. So, platforms can rapidly scale up, expand their geographic coverage, or use their assets in one market to enter another market. These features make it difficult to simply apply traditional tools in our law enforcement. Competition law and policy frameworks must address these challenges. Thus, KFTC plans to enact the review guidelines for unilateral conduct in platform markets. It will find anti-competitive practices by big platforms with market dominance. Reflecting the multifaceted nature of the platform market, it specifies the criteria for defining a market, for assessing market dominance, and for determining platforms' anti-competitive practices. Neutrality of search algorithms is critical in today's digital economy. Ideally, such algorithms' optimal results meet users' needs quickly and conveniently. For example, such algorithms can find videos that a user likes, find the best route to a destination, or automatically notify a user to shop for daily necessities. However, humans can write biased computer code to run on pre-existing biased data from biased human decisions, as Kathy O'Neill showed in her 2016 book, Weapons of Math Destruction. For example, computer programmers wrote a jail sentencing program that recreated past norms with past data. So it gave longer jail terms to poor people who are racial minorities than to others. Other algorithms on big data can harm the poor, reinforce racism, and amplify inequality in insurance, advertising, education, and policing, and so on. To identify and reduce biases in these algorithms, the European Union, EU, and Japan passed laws to raise transparency and fairness. In July 2019, the EU required marketplaces and search engines to disclose their main parameters for ranking goods and services on their site. Japan's improvement of transparency and fairness in trading on specified digital platforms Act also requires platforms to disclose ranking parameters, terms, and conditions to users. Naver manipulated its search algorithm to favor its products and services over others, self-preference we call it, so that online customers find them and buy them rather than those of their rivals. As a result, their rivals' sales plummeted. So, KFTC imposed a corrective order on Naver in 2020. In another case, a major mobility platform offered membership to taxi drivers. Non-members accused them of unfairly assigning customers to faraway member drivers rather than nearby non-member drivers. KFTC is also investigating major online shopping platforms for placing their private branded products at the top of their search results. KFTC will strictly monitor dominant platform operators for potential abuse of their product ranking algorithms. Hence, our APCC International Symposium is addressing timely, important issues of platforms, competition, such as neutrality and self-preference. Transnational communication of our local experiences can yield insights to these newly emerging challenges in the digital economy. By sharing our wisdom with one another, we can foster both innovation and competition to build a brighter future for our digital economies. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Sung-wook Jo of the Korea FTC. We have 3 sessions in total today. Session 1 deals with e-commerce and competition. Session 2 is on growth of platforms and search neutrality, while Session 3 is on the efficiencies of self-preferencing and consumer welfare. We'll be starting Session 1, and I'll be handing over the microphone over to Professor Jae-hyun Nam of Korea University, who will moderate this session.
I think we're ahead about 5 minutes. We're able to cover our faces with facial masks earlier, but we're no longer able to hide behind our masks anymore.
I'm moderator of this session, Jae Nam from Korea University. So I would moderate the first session of this interesting APCC International Symposium today. So I'm delighted to open this special session, the e-commerce and competition. So we have 4 special panelists in this session from the Professor Kim Min-gi from KAIST College of Business and Professor Hwang Tae-hee from School of Law, Seongshin Women's University, and Daniel Sokol at USC Gould School of Law and Marshall School of Business, and Andre Franklin from Boston University. So I'd like to thank you, all of us, joining us today. So let me briefly talk about e-commerce. So e-commerce has a huge impact on our daily lives. So it changes our shopping style, and it also has impacted the range of product and service, the relationship between retailers and distribution channels. So e-commerce has increased competition within retail sectors and to enhance consumers' choice and prompt innovation in product distribution. So traditional distribution channels have been replaced by platform. However, at the same time, e-commerce sector get more attention from our society. As the e-commerce sector becomes important, our society, Congress, and news media pay more attention, and then they look at how it affects our daily lives. And also, several competition authority has examined the competition issues within the e-commerce sector. And recently we have several enforcement by competition authorities. So today we'll talk about e-commerce and competition. And the topic is quite a broad one. However, you choose the following 3 questions. The first one, we want to check what is the new characteristics of e-commerce and what's the new and what kind of things we can capture well from the traditional economics and antitrust. Second topic, we'll discuss the implication of new characteristics of e-commerce on antitrust and what kind of a lesson we can get from empirical studies. Several empirical studies are going on e-commerce, so we would try to find some implications. Third, then, how to improve competition in e-commerce sector by regulation or antitrust. So for time being, even though we start 5 minutes earlier, we have 70 minutes, and we allocate 60 minutes for these 3 questions. So we have 3 questions. So each question will have 20 minutes. We have 4 panelists. So each panelist would have 4 and 5 minutes for each question. So let's start the first topic. So we need to ensure what is the new characteristics of e-commerce that traditional economics and antitrust could not capture well. So what is the new things? So let us start from Professor Kim.
Thank you. I'm Min-Ki Kim from KAIST College of Business. It's my honor to join this symposium as a panelist. Okay, so let me answer the first question. I think it's becoming more difficult to make a clear-cut definition of e-commerce these days because the boundaries between the online and offline retailers and between the retailers and manufacturers are getting blurred. Why? It's all because of new technology. So the firm-driven technology and the consumer-driven technology, it provides, they are developed to provide a seamless consumer shopping experience. So especially over the course of online journey. Then what is the online consumer journey? So it consists of product awareness and the consideration by searching information. I mean, they are comparing prices and the specifications, right? And then they move on to the purchase decision, and they making vital over online. Okay, so these are the online consumer journey. So these naturally link the seemingly different market in digital ecosystem. So for example, the live commerce, it provides, I mean, the consumers, they enjoy the live commerce because they can directly communicate with other consumers, and they can also communicate with the shopping host. So in that way, they could aware product, and they can instantly search information by communicating with each other. Especially nowadays, the manufacturers can easily reach out to the customers, both existing and new customers online. And consumers searching for a specific or the personalized product, they can easily match up with other customers who can provide such the personalized the product. So that is why we now have the newly emerging business concept, such as direct-to-consumer model. We call it as D2C, and the consumer-to-consumer model, C2C model. But these models are working without digital intermediation. So then what it means to traditional economics and antitrust authorities. Previously, the market share was important because it plays a role as an indicator of market power. However, nowadays, any companies which can earn user time in a specific stage of online consumer journey I mentioned earlier, so they can have a cross-market influence and potentially compete against the e-commerce retailers directly and indirectly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, then. So the second panelist, Daniel Sokol, could you give your opinion?
First, I want to thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great privilege and honor. It's also a great privilege to follow Professor Kim, who among his many papers has written a paper on marketing in beer. So that's also very exciting. And I think that transcends borders. So let me start with some initial observations, right? Is there something new here that we haven't seen before? In a sense, we have the same general ideas being applied in somewhat new contexts, but e-commerce itself is not new. We've had both a theoretical and empirical literature really for the last 20 plus years at this point on e-commerce. And this focuses both on the competition side, with regards to traditional competition law and economics, but also, frankly, in fields like marketing, information system, and strategies. And from these combined literatures, and by the way, very early on in our empirical understanding, e-commerce was very active. So you saw, particularly in the first 10 years of this millennium, from 2000 to 2010, there were quite a number of papers, for example, that focused on empirical papers that focused on eBay. So we've actually known quite a bit for a while. So what is it that we already have known for the last 20 years? Number one, ideas of traditional commercial versus e-commerce markets. These distinctions in many cases are somewhat false ones because you're seeing competition across both. So this kind of way of bifurcation in many cases isn't quite correct. And what we see is oftentimes that even when you have an incumbent firm, you can compete, right? That we had early theoretical work that said these are winner-take-all markets. In fact, it turns out theoretically that's possible with certain assumptions. Empirically, we've now seen 20 years worth of work to suggest maybe those assumptions need to be revisited because you have differentiation, for example. To a certain extent, you see entry not merely based on price, but based on quality or innovation in terms of the sort of the look and feel of the platform. So the user interface really matters. And though the focus oftentimes has been on B2C type platforms, and the chair certainly mentioned a number of B2C type platforms, it turns out if we look at the total amount of money spent, B2B actually has roughly the same amount of commerce as B2C. And what we don't often focus on then are thinking about B2B platforms, which matter. So it's remarkable what a narrow view we have of e-commerce. So number one, we assume that traditional, bricks and mortars versus online, are not really relevant. A lot of times they clearly are, and that it's only B2C. Now, as this blurs, I think, we might see some other changes. So the chair mentioned, what we care about in terms of competition law. She mentioned data. Look, there's plenty of data to go around. And so this idea of data monopolies is a kind of odd one, because we have not merely the data that you get as a first party, but we have data brokers and other intermediaries that allow us to have third-party data that really enrich a company's ability to come up with algorithms to properly target. Now, the chair mentioned that there are possible biases, and of course, no one really wants to have these biases in their platforms because there are, frankly, strong reasons once these biases are identified that you're basically missing people and your searches are not as effective as they need to be, which frankly hurts your bottom line. And I think companies have taken a lot more care in recent years to really work through the biasing, and we have whole units. So I'll just leave it at that just to start us off. Again, focusing on online versus offline distinctions are frankly not as significant as they had been. Our economic understanding suggests, for example, in many cases, we don't necessarily have a tipping effect. I have co-authors, for example, Carmelo Cenamo at Copenhagen Business School, who has a series of empirical papers looking across, for example, the video game industry. That doesn't happen. And it's largely because we have differentiation. We have this also on the theory side. I can think, for example, in the field of information systems, Hannah Halaburda has some really, really cool work on how that works. But I'll leave the marketing related papers to the marketing full-time professor to sort of work us through what that looks like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. And for the third panelist, Andre.
So thanks so much for inviting me to be on this panel. It's a really great set of people and a great topic to start us off with. So the other panelists have already said a lot of the things that I very much agree with. And I think a key point there is that to talk about e-commerce at this point is kind of pointless. It's all e-commerce. You can't really run a business without interacting with the internet and without selling, at least partially through the internet. Even if you are a brick and mortar store, you have a website and you have online advertising and so on and so forth. So I just think that when you think about the world now versus the world what it was in the 90s maybe. And so then the question is kind of, what are the new characteristics of e-commerce that traditional economics does not capture well? Well, we'd have to go back to old school economics versus kind of more recent economics. So on the theory side, a lot of the important companies now are platforms and marketplaces, and their relative importance now is much greater than it was back in the day. And so there are theories in economics that show how in such cases, we have more complicated patterns of pricing and kind of, it's harder to figure out what the total surplus is from the platform in that case, rather than if you're just selling some beer and you change the price and you see how much the demand for beer falls. So there's this added complexity. Now on the kind of practical side, I think the internet has greatly enabled the entry of smaller entrants. So one example that I'm very familiar with myself is Airbnb. So Airbnb has enabled people that were not in the hotel business to start offering their place. And this has provided competition to a traditional industry that has generated enormous consumer surplus for individuals. Okay, so kind of what I've said so far kind of suggests, well, everything is going great. So I will also offer some words of caution. So I think the special role that attention capture plays on the internet is much more than it was offline. And that means that companies that have a large attention share are able to take what is essentially a tax on all of commerce, or a large share of commerce. And that may or may not be justified, but I don't think it's an obvious thing to answer, to be honest. And I also, I think, disagree with Danny a little bit that we know so much about how these platforms work. When you think about the big companies, I'm thinking about Amazon in particular in the US, they don't share their data. We have no idea what they're doing. And in particular, there are algorithms. These algorithms may or may not be personalized. We know that they favor their own products. So are we supposed to take their word for it that this self-preferencing is good for the consumer? I would say we can't take their word. And so the question is, how do we understand what these companies are doing when we can't have access to the actual algorithms they're using, and the data they're using? And I don't think just ex-ante theoretical arguments that they have the consumer's best interest in mind are sufficient. So I'll end it at that, and look forward to the subsequent discussion.
Okay, thank you for your input. And Professor Hwang Tae-hee.
네, 안녕하세요.
Yes, good morning. Could you switch your channels to Korean to English? Well, the official language for today's symposium is Korean, so I shall speak in Korean. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the organizers of APCC for inviting me to this symposium. It is an honor for me to join this session on this topic together with Professor Kim, Professor Hwang, Professor Sokol, and Professor Fratkin. When we discussed this internally, seems like there's a technical problem here. We wanted to talk about 3 questions or 3 points. Of the 3, I'd like to focus on the first one. Actually, there are some ideas that should be discussed later concerning search neutrality and self-preferencing. So I'll set those aside and just focus on pure e-commerce related competition issues. Now, as Chairperson Joe has mentioned as part of her keynote speech, e-commerce, you can't talk about it without referring to platforms. They do have market dominance, and these platforms, as you know, have multi-sidedness, network effect, and multi-homing and data concentration features. So the traditional price criteria are no longer effective according to a lot of studies. So based upon these studies in the EU and China, they are trying to legislate and enforce new types of special legislation, or at least making amendments to the existing general competition rules. And Korea is no exception. We are also making similar endeavors. The 3 professors that have offered comments earlier also mentioned that e-commerce is not a topic that we should discuss anew with regard to competition. Is it really a special topic? Well, of course, there is the issue of platforms within the e-commerce world that may be more specific in particular. But e-commerce and offline commerce, the boundary between the two is becoming increasingly blurred. But e-commerce is becoming increasingly platformized, so to speak. Now, this is the predominant bias, but I think that is also problematic because the e-commerce model and the traditional commerce model may have some common elements, common denominators, and I think it's important to point that out. Because in the 2010s, when many of the retailers and distributors captured a monopsony, there was a discussion on how to deal with this monopsony issue. But as the market evolved towards e-commerce, the discussion somehow became mingled with the discussion on platforms. But I personally believe this. The e-commerce is a commerce model. So the platforms or the traditional search platforms are somewhat different. The counterparties in the offline business and the transaction or trading schedule should also be compared. For example, the large supermarkets, department stores, and e-commerce shops, how are they different? And what about the suppliers to those large grocery stores? And the online sellers, what's the relationship between these two entities? Now, that kind of relationship is something that should be mulled over in greater depth by the competition authorities. Because as Professor Sokolas mentioned earlier, there was competition already existing in e-commerce. It doesn't have to be platforms. There are a lot of different forms of e-commerce engaged in different forms of competition. And this type of e-commerce model, in relation to search and portal sites, if the two are linked together or mingled together, so to speak, the regulatory authorities are trying to go about this in an easier framework. Because legislation and regulation in existing e-commerce is shifting towards trying to generate more ideas on a new form of special legislation and regulation. So on these topics, let's focus on the other sessions later on.
First question, we'll discuss the new characteristics of e-commerce. The second question is that, then what is the implication of these things on the antitrust market, and what can you learn from empirical studies? So as the same order, please, Professor Kim.
Thank you for sharing your opinion on the first question. So let's move on to the second question, which is what is the implication on antitrust market, and what do we learn from empirical works? By the way, compared to theoretical studies with analytical models in economics and marketing and information system, there are relatively few empirical studies available. It's mainly due to limitation in accessing company-owned data set, like Andre point out with the Amazon case for the first question. So the academic discussion on e-commerce and the competition issue seem to focus too much on the specific company. I mean, the big e-commerce platform such as the Amazon and its hybrid business model itself. But in fact, the e-commerce platforms around the world, they tend to commonly pursue a similar looking business model. I mean, the similar looking hybrid model, functioning as a marketplace and as a reseller these days. So while the regulatory authorities, they have criticized the big companies like Amazon due to its dual role. I mean, as an umpire and player, that's the dual role, because it may hurt the third-party sellers' profit and their innovation activities, and thereby the consumer welfare. But the consensus, academic consensus was not achieved yet, as far as I know, because many claims are still on debate, and then with new findings and new the theoretical models. So here I want to emphasize that when making analogy between the big company like Amazon and the e-commerce the companies in the world, so we should be careful because there exist the country-specific and the firm-specific characteristic, and there's a difference in many aspects. So, for example, one major difference I want to mention is the e-commerce retailers' influence over the course of online consumer journey, which I mentioned earlier for the first question. So nowadays, I think that getting user or customer attention and their time in early stage of online journey will bring a great advantage to e-commerce retailers, but not many e-commerce retailers have such power like Amazon. So we should be careful about that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Daniel Sokol, please give me your opinion.
Thanks. So I think there's, one issue that continues to matter. How do we think from an antitrust market? As is 90% of the time, market definition is what matters, right? Define the market broadly. We don't have a competition problem. Define it very narrowly. We do. Which one is right is really a factual question. And, competition authorities around the world are working this through. What do we learn about from the empirics? So actually, there are empirical papers, including Amazon, where people data scrape. So I'll tell you about that one because it's a different co-author. If it's self-preferencing, actually, I preference my co-authors a lot of times. So this one is by Feng Zhu at Harvard Business School and his co-author Chi-Hung Liu at University of Oklahoma. So what they did, they data scraped from Amazon, and they were able to determine, what is the impact of Amazon overall, and this is clear from the introduction and frankly the conclusion and everything else in between, but seems to get lost, and you'll hear why in a second. What they find is that Amazon's entry by having its own product hurts some competitors. You say, aha, potential antitrust problem. But if you read the paper, what they also say is consumers benefit. So some competitors don't do as well. Actually, what they do, those that do better, they reposition. They shift to where Amazon isn't. But ultimately, consumers are benefiting, at least from a static perspective. That's what the paper claims. There are actually a number of papers also that use Alibaba data. And to Andre's point, Chinese e-commerce companies sometimes do share their data with researchers, but because of data restrictions, you need to have Chinese co-authors, and even that data is actually not shared broadly. So if there's a transparency issue, it's a broad issue, and there are really commercially sensitive reasons why some companies don't share, why they share with a selected few, and it's tough. And Andre, I'm sure, knows from his own experiences that for every company that's willing to share data with you, there are probably 8 or 9 that you've tried to ask for data who aren't willing to share. But it's a long process, and it's about trust, and it's about, do companies really feel also that to a certain extent they have a nice story that they can tell. But what do some of the Alibaba papers tell us empirically? Again, this one I'm going to self-preference just one of my colleagues in my operations department who actually was doing so much Alibaba related research. He's actually on academic leave now to Alibaba. And in his case, what he found is that Alibaba's impact in terms of e-commerce was pro-competitive. That, for example, the data that Alibaba used allowed for better searches, And, you know, that's again, pro-competitive. There are some other papers that look, for example, at natural experiments. Here I'm going to show you, I have diversity. I also preference people for whom I have no relationship. Romeng Tsui at Emory has a really wonderful paper that shows it's a natural experiment for a shift based on inability of another company to use the Alibaba vertically integrated platform. And again, consumers are better off. Overall, what I think we're learning from a lot of the empirical papers specific to e-commerce, that there's a lot of value creation. Now, we've also learned that there's, in some cases, the possibility of anti-competitive conduct. The broader point I would simply raise is this is going to be a very case-specific issue based on the facts of the case. So when we hear broadly, either I don't like certain tech companies, broadly, and you sort of push why, you know, sort of what motivates this, you know, a lot of times, well, because they're big. The largest e-commerce company, Latin America, is Mercado Libre. There's literally almost no empirical work that looks at literally what is the largest e-commerce company for a major region of the world. But, you know, just because someone's big doesn't mean we necessarily have a competition problem. There are both scale and scope efficiencies, and how these efficiencies may interact with potential anti-competitive effects are very complex. So I think, you know, the lesson for the empirics is, in certain settings, there's something that we do know. There's a lot we still don't know. We don't know for many reasons. And it's perfectly fine to have investigations, but to have a predetermination that things are wrong just because it just doesn't feel right, that's not good policy. And indeed, that kind of setting of basically regulating for the sake of regulation has real chilling effects, at least in the empirical work we have seen in both finance and economics. Regulatory uncertainty creates real chilling effects on innovation. So I'll just leave it at that, which is that we know something, there's still a lot we don't know, but if we overreach with regards to regulation, real potential chilling effects. And just one final co-author, self-preferencing, we see that also, for example, in the setting on privacy. GDPR created very high privacy, but had negative impact on AI investment in Europe. This is a recent paper by Ginger Jin, who's one of Bobby's colleagues at the University of Maryland, and Liad Wagman at IIT. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning several interesting papers. And then, Andre?
All right, so great. I'm excited that we are talking about research, which is, I think, our comparative advantage on this panel. And the question asks about empirical research. So I completely agree that the market definition is really important, and also that every single case is specific. I don't think we have a general set of results that applies across countries, across different platform types. And I think we should be very wary of drawing conclusions in those across specific cases from completely different cases. That's I think one thing that I'd like to highlight. Now, in terms of in terms of kind of the state of the empirical work and its implications for antitrust, that's where I'll be a little bit more. I'm a little bit less pleased about that state. I understand that, as Danny mentioned, there are some papers that have studied Amazon, some papers that have studied GDPR, some papers that have studied personalization. But I think a lot of these papers, they don't really answer the counterfactual. And the counterfactual would be, what would have happened had we had a different regulatory structure, had we had a different kind of set of competitors in the market? I think those are really hard questions. And so I'm not blaming the authors for not answering those questions, but I think for antitrust policies, those are the questions that we need to answer ultimately. And with the understanding that we'll never have perfect evidence for. And I guess I'd like to kind of, in terms of just a perspective, I'd like to think a little bit about mergers themselves. So we can think about mergers of smaller companies and mergers of bigger companies. I'm going to self-preference, and I'm going to mention some of my work where we've studied the merger of two dog sitting platforms, which are Rover and DogVacay in the United States. Now, although dog sitting is not like the most important market in the world, this is one of the nice things about studying this merger is that we were actually able to get that internal data from both of those companies in order to understand what happened. One of the interesting trade-offs that we found is that although by combining two platforms, the combined platform can harness network effects, there's also a real loss from the fact that the two platforms before the merger were differentiated. Now, I don't think that antitrust policy should have blocked that merger in any way. I think that the companies were kind of small. There's a big outside option that's a competition, which is just having your dog sit at home with your relatives or your friends and so on and so forth. But I think that we could potentially be getting those types of insights about some of the bigger platforms. And I wouldn't necessarily say that our results are going to carry over to Google's acquisition of DoubleClick. And I guess the last thing I want to point out, or in terms of antitrust policy, is that I do think that there has been a pretty concerted effort on behalf of Google to acquire the entire stack of display advertising. And some of their competitive practices seem to be problematic, but once again, I don't think we have very good data on that, and I think that would be interesting to investigate.
Okay, thank you for your input, Professor Hwang.
네.
Yes, at the outset, I talked about the fact that the boundaries between on and offline commerce are becoming increasingly blurred. And here in the second question, we're talking about empirical works. I'm a legal scholar, so rather than focus on empirical studies, let me talk about the actual legislation. Now, if you look at the screen over here, there are a lot of different products that are shown on the shelf. As you all know, retailers tend to show the favored toys where children frequent and also popular products where adults visit. So depending on where the product is displayed, different marketing strategies are implemented in the offline market as well as online. And there are different ways to limit that. And one of them would be the slotting allowance. Now, I brought that to explain as an example. As mentioned earlier, the display order or the display location is an important factor that promotes competition among suppliers because they'd have to showcase their products at a location, at a position within the shelf that is more visible to customers. So that is why suppliers are showing great interest, very keen on this issue about how to show their products on the shelf. So these efforts that are intended to promote competition are sometimes taken as anti-competitive. And regulators sometimes consider this as discriminatory, or e-commerce world, self-preferencing even. So here in Korea, it was in 2012 that the Fair Trade Act against large retailers was enacted. Now, this act was intended to regulate monopsony in Korea. There are exclusive dealings or rebates and sliding allowances that are part of these regulations. It mainly focuses on this fair trade relationship between a large retailer and small suppliers, but in reality, it functions to supplement the general competition rules. But if you look at the lower level rules of this law, they allow, to a certain extent, slotting fees. In other words, it can promote competition among them under an agreement between the parties. And the US F2C also released a similar report. Now, these shelves are very important in introducing new products to the consumers. So unless new products are displayed in a very high visibility zone, the rebates to a certain extent can promote competition and contribute to enhancing consumer welfare. Now, that was what was dealt with in the competition. Of course, if this becomes too severe or too prolonged, it could be anti-competitive. But under certain conditions, this can actually promote competition. Now let's take this to the e-commerce world. Now, new products on e-commerce sites, or if these products have their own brands, the e-commerce players use a recommendation system. Not very different from securing favored positions within the shelf in offline stores. It's not very different, but the regulators want to regulate them and are less seemingly interested in promotion. So when we look at offline commerce, the consumers would not have information as to whether the suppliers have been given rebates or slotting allowances were given or whatnot. But in the e-commerce world, when product recommendations are given, or when suppliers was levied higher advertisement costs, then that background transaction is actually implied in the site in terms of the ranking order and whatnot. So I think these differences should have to be studied further as part of future empirical works. Yes, that is it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Professor Hwang. And he talked about slotting fee. That's interesting. I think I remember one empirical study by Benjamin Klein. I think even though the retailer collect a lot of money from slotting fee, their profit margin has not increased. So actually the area of a retailer sector becomes larger, and then their sales per square becomes lower. So actually, even though retailers collect a slotting fee, which increase the area of the retailers, so actually it is good for consumers. Okay, so third topic. So then, how can you improve competition on e-commerce by regulation or antitrust? So let's just start with Professor Kim.
Okay, it seems all panelists we all agree that market definition should be made first before we discuss competition on e-commerce. So it's hard to answer the third question, I think. And then, as far as I know, the pro-competitive effect or anti-competitive effect of the e-commerce platform have been discussed without addressing the cross-market linkage, in the consumer journey, and which seems to be the potential research topic, I think. And the Google case mentioned by Andrea, the advertising. So the advertising by Google or other companies, these are also related to the first stage of online consumer journey, because it initiates the consumer journey. So it leads to the consumers to search information and then move on to the platform to make a purchase, something like that. So I want to say for the third question, we should first understand the newly emerging business concept I mentioned in my answer to the first question. And especially the regulatory authorities, they need to do more research on who is influencing each stage of online consumer journey and the extent to which each firm's influence affect the cross-market competition, like a Google, right? So that is when the regular authorities attempt to evaluate the pros and cons of a specific e-commerce platform and potential unfair competition through the various marketing tactics, they should think about whether a specific company has a capability to influence the consumer decision over the course of their online journey, or engage them at each touch point. So of course there exists a technical barrier. It sounds easy, but I know it's very difficult because it's hard to measure the influence and the extent to which how each company influence the cross-market competition. Especially nowadays the online customer journey is being scattered with the advance in database technology. So in that sense, I want to point out that we need to develop a new method to understand the process, how firms capture the user time in each stage of the online customer journey or in this digital ecosystem. So I believe that any company, regardless of e-commerce, any company with a large user base and touch point for data acquisition has a potential to become a dominant e-commerce market player because they can utilize the media content and thereby they can capture more user time. And in that way, they can get more user level data so they can recommend better. So in that, it leads to getting more user time and so on. So I think we should, again, we should make an effort to define the e-commerce market, but at the same time, we have to understand how each company capture the user time in digital ecosystem, especially over the course of online customer journey. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Daniel.
I think competition law is really hard overall. So one frustration that we get as part of populist backlash is, well, agencies aren't doing something. Part of that is agencies can only go so far as what the data show. And, and that goes to competitive effects. So let me suggest, if I may, a few things. So competition law works relatively well if you have effective institutions. So that means a competition authority that has the right kind of staff and leadership, people who are skilled in identifying anti-competitive conduct, in bringing effective cases, in being able to address these kinds of cases and win on appeal if it gets that far, and an institutional structure that's really supportive of both, on the one hand, really clamping down hard against anti-competitive conduct. And one area, where we might think of where this has happened around the world would be like online travel agents with wide MFNs, where I think there was, an effort some 5 or so years ago to really address some particular competitive distortions. there are other cases where, in some countries, there were investigations, and the most courageous thing is when you investigate, you say, actually, there's not enough here for a case. Sometimes the other thing is just you bring a case because it's a good case, and you may not win, but it's important to bring the case because I think that does properly police against future behavior that is at the line. In most cases, I don't worry about the structure of competition law enforcement. What I worry more about is the structure of regulation. So in addition to what the KFTC does, now there's increasingly a regulatory push in Korea, but frankly, we're seeing this push everywhere. So let me give some guiding principles for how to think about regulation. So, particularly a smarter version of regulation. The first is you have to properly define the scope of the regulation. What does it cover? What does it not cover? How dynamic is this coverage with changes in times? Second issue, you have to make the purpose of regulation clear. Why are we regulating? If you can't honestly answer that question and you're not pinning it to some kind of economic outcome, regulation is not going to be effective. Worse, it might chill investment if the regulation is focusing on some kind of R&D intensive industry. And that's the same whether it's platforms, as people commonly think about it, which is B2C platforms, but also B2B platforms. Frankly, the same would hold true for hardware or biotech. Because I am a law professor, let me suggest procedural fairness matters. You need to have transparency in the regulatory process, and you have to have due process. Both of these are critically important because what you want to have is criticism of a decision on the merits, not based on the fact you had no idea what was really going on, because if you don't have good process, people will always question the outcome. Fourth major point, regulation itself doesn't mean an end of the competitive effects analysis. So we're seeing some regulation. I think the DMA is such an example. They go directly to remedies. Basically, if this was an academic exercise, I'd give it a C. Why? I'd look at it and say, you didn't show the work. You just immediately assumed, we presume dominance, and therefore we're going to have certain remedies. Actually, show the work. I think you need to have competitive analysis for all the reasons that we've already identified in terms of the complexity of what's going on. Similarly, point 5, avoid, I think, what are obvious mistakes. Blanket bans, blanket rules of things either you can do or you cannot do, right? There's nuance in all but very small number of areas. Like collusion would be one of them. Like there's really no good justification for that. Because when you have blanket bans, you're going to destroy certain economic behavior that might actually create value. And the final point, it's linked to what I've already suggested. Regulation really should be guided by what we know empirically. And to Andre's point, there's a lot that we'll never know, but we should be guided by what we do know, because that helps us develop certain inferences, both to reorient in terms of theory, but also to think about how do we pursue broader policy, because we should have some amount of regulatory certainty for the users of the system. Businesses want to have a better sense. Where's the gray zone, but what looks more black and what looks more white in terms of what you can do versus what you can't do. The more you're able to give a better risk analysis to companies, I think overall, the better the prospects are for people to comply with the law and people to make investment decisions that make sense, whether it's from the merger side or their own new type of investment in greenfield investing. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for input. So he suggests you have to take a careful approach in regulation. The regulation must be transparent and due process. And then Professor Huang. Oh, Andre? Yeah, so Andre?
Okay, so I'm not a lawyer, and I don't think that like the detail. I don't know as much about the details of regulation or enforcement as anyone else at this conference. I think the principles that Danny has stated are true. Like regulation should not be arbitrary. We shouldn't do bans. The reason for regulation should be clear, and it can't just be that we don't like company X. That's not correct. That's not how policy should be done. So I guess what I will kind of propose from my perspective is that to the extent that some companies are the topic of public interest, there should be a legal pathway for auditing the actions of those companies. And I think that applies not just to e-commerce companies, but also to social media companies as well. There could be either a new agency who would have that ability to do that, or it could be done in some other way. And I think that the research for the public produced in that way would greatly inform the debate, and would perhaps settle some of the debates that exist in our society about the role of these platforms. And kind of and one of the things that I have noticed is actually that in some sense things are moving in the opposite direction, where for example, there's the Facebook whistleblower. My sense is that whistleblowing research actually had a chilling effect on research at the company. So if companies have these very complicated set of incentives when they're trying to understand their own platform, and so there should be some sort of way for the public to have a better understanding of the platform that is legally protected and is done properly, so that there are no privacy violations. So it's not done to just disclose company secrets or anything like that, but just a well-defined set of investigations that would inform the public. I think there's a role for that. And then the final thing I'll just say is that I think some of the questions are really about questions of does the company deserve these rents? So when you think about the App Store, the Apple App Store, do they deserve that percentage fee that they're taking? Ultimately, I think that some part of that is a public judgment question. I don't know if we're going to be able to answer it empirically, what the correct fee is for Apple to take at the App Store. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to the third point about competition and regulation for e-commerce. Now, for the past few years, the Korean government has tried to solve the problems that I've mentioned earlier. So as part of that effort, they tried to tighten the regulations against large-scale e-commerce platforms, or try to legislate new regulations other than the existing General Competition Act. Scholars and the legal community members are very familiar with this trend. But as I mentioned earlier, commerce is something that happens both on and offline. So application of the General Competition Act would suffice, but the regulation authority feels as if they have to create new regulation in order to instill order for the e-commerce world. For example, Professor Franken has just talked about app fees. Here in Korea, we have the Telecommunications Business Act. Now that act has been revised to prohibit the coercive method of in-app payment. Now, for the app market, which is a big part of the e-commerce platform, and they use the in-app payment, we wanted to promote competition in this area by creating this legislation. But I recently read in the reports that the intention is actually not pulling through. That competition is not actually being positively facilitated. That is why I've mentioned that this new prohibition on method of in-app payment, and I have to say that the effectiveness of this new revision is somewhat skeptical. Now, consumers make choices when it comes to app usage and payment. Now, the apps compared to traditional offline commerce, the cycles are much shorter, and the frequency of the news cycles have shortened. Professor Kim has talked about live commerce, for example. Now, live commerce itself has grown explosively over the past 2-3 years with a new form of e-commerce business. Now, how they will drive the market forward, I believe that much discussion should come forth. If we were to regulate this excessively or come up with a new regulatory legislation, then that could have a chilling effect on competition. As Professor Sokol has mentioned, regulations for the sake of regulating may chill innovation. Now, to that statement, I really concur. So the regulator authorities should wait and see and monitor the market when new services come to be provided, and look into the existing General Competition Act before carefully intervening in this said market. Now, like self-regulation, there's recent talks about new forms of alternative regulation tools, which should be subject to further study to become more focused in the direction going forward. This is my view as a scholar. Okay, those were my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your input. So we have like 5 minutes or 7 minutes. Do you have any questions from the floor? Okay, Professor Yi.
Yes, about Professor Lam's comments on the academic work on the sliding allowance, that is Benjamin Klein's work. If the companies give money to the supermarkets instead of cutting their prices, then these sliding allowances, if there is competition among supermarkets, that will, the benefit will go to the consumers. But that assumes that the retail sector is competitive. I think the key question for us is the e-commerce platforms and more generally digital platforms. Is it competitive? Can you say that? Well, if not, have things changed? So that's my question.
Question to me or question to panelists?
Anyone.
Okay, so maybe Daniel, do you have any answer to that?
So, one way, beyond the traditional economic tools that Professor Yi knows very well, one way that we think about competition is competition in adjacent markets. So there's traditional HHI, but let me throw in a finance version of HHI that's useful to think about conceptually. Again, there's a certain amount of self-preferencing because one of the two people teaches in our finance department at USC. So there's the Hoberg-Phillips database. What they do is they have machine learning-based textual analysis. It says, we understand that certain companies say that they're in certain industries. We're actually going to look to see what industries there are based on what they actually put in their 10Ks. And actually, you see companies that seemingly are not competing actually compete quite a bit. So when we think of e-commerce, so Facebook also has an e-commerce platform. Google has its own shops platform. I mean, they're competing with Amazon. Amazon is competing with local players. Amazon is competing also with Walmart, a traditional retailer that's done a lot in digital transformation. Actually has their newest acquisition is actually not a platform of sorts, except it kind of is. His name is John List. He's a very well-known economist at the University of Chicago, who's now their chief economist. And you actually can see that in some areas, particularly on the, in terms of encroaching on each other's space, there's actually competition among the larger platforms. It's going to matter country by country. The fact is, if there was some kind of lock-in, we wouldn't have Naver, for example, right? The fact that Korea can have its own large internet-based company, tells us that you don't necessarily have the same big tech around the world. So the answer is both yes and no. Is there competition? Yes. What is the nature of competition? It depends on particular local markets. It depends on how many differentiated companies there are in that space. I mean, all the traditional tools, but we can actually think that companies are disciplining other companies. But don't believe me and don't believe the Hilberg-Phillips classification. Listen to an analyst call. When, actually this is one area where I think competition law and competition policy has been very weak. We need to spend more time thinking like businesses. And when you hear the analyst calls with senior company people, it's actually worse than being in court, because the people are more aggressive than judges in terms of asking questions. And you actually learn a lot, and you get to see what literally keeps up senior executives up at night. A lot of times, they're quite specific as to who their competitors are. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. And I also add one remark on the Sang-Seung Lee question. I think nowadays we talk about the platform, but I think when I came to Seoul, at the time there are a lot of attention on large-scale retailers. I think I remember one interesting documentary, Is Walmart Good for America? So in the sense at the time, they pay a lot of attention on the impact of a big retailer on the relationship between the manufacturer and retailers. Actually, the Walmart changed the business model. So in the sense, at least at the time, in United States, like in big retailer, at the market in United States, at the time, the market was concentrated one. I think that's my remark. Is there any comment? I mean, maybe questions among panelists, between panelists? Okay, then I prepare one question, but we on the timeline. So thank you for all of us, your comment and your opinion on this session one. Thank you. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I would like to thank Professor Nam, the moderator, and the 4 panelists. It was a very in-depth and interesting discussion on the first topic, In particular, I would like to thank Professor Sokol and Professor Fratkin for joining us online. This brings us to the end of session 1 on the topic of e-commerce and competition. We will take a 5-minute break, after which we will resume around 10 a.m. And for those of you on site, some housekeeping announcements. To commemorate today's symposium, we're going to have a photo session. So could you please come up to the stage during the break time for a photo session? Thank you. Shall we get started?
Welcome to session 2, entitled Growth of Platforms and Search Neutrality. My name is Sang Seung-hee, the moderator of this session. We have a distinguished panel of experts. Alex Auclair is co-chair of Morrison and Foerster's Global Antitrust Law Practice Group. Min-Soo Park is professor of economics at Sungkyun Kwan University. Bobby Ju is an associate professor at the University of Maryland Business School. Instead of going through their bios, let us spend our limited time on listening to what the speakers have to say on the important topic of search neutrality with regard to digital platforms. But let me try to set the stage for discussion. As you know, more than 10 years ago, the US FTC investigated Google on the issue of search neutrality, but decided in 2013 not to pursue the case. Since then, antitrust enforcement on the big digital platforms in the US had been dormant for many years. But beginning in around 2020, you can say that the dam has broken. We have now a flood of litigations, both private and by enforcement agencies against big digital platforms. There are also a number of legislative proposals pending in the US Congress, some of which try to strengthen antitrust enforcement, and others aim to introduce regulation on business conducts of big tech. APCC is very fortunate to have Alex on our panel because it is my understanding that as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for Civil Enforcement in the DOJ Antitrust Division, Alex was in charge of the agency's landmark monopolization case against Google before he moved to private practice. European Commission and the KFTC have been much more active than the US agencies in enforcing competition law against big tech. Min-Soo will discuss some of the prominent cases and offer his thoughts on the fundamental questions surrounding search neutrality. Bobby will, among other things, will explain to you his academic work on the incentive effects of imposing search neutrality on platforms. What will happen to the intensity of price competition when a search engine is required to rank its own products and third-party products on a neutral basis in response to user queries? So, Alex?
Well, thanks so much for the kind introduction. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thanks for inviting me to speak today. It's a pleasure to participate. So I'll focus my remarks on recent developments with respect to platforms, antitrust, and search neutrality in the United States, and hopefully that'll help set the stage for the rest of the panel's discussion today. I have some slides that I'll share in a few minutes, but before that, I'll go through some of the key government cases in the U.S., some of the private litigation. There's legislation that is now under consideration that looks like it may have a chance of passing in the U.S. that relates to platforms. And there's also some potential FTC rulemakings underway, or at least being considered, that are relevant for discussion. So I'll go through all that in a minute. But suffice it to say, it's a very dynamic time in antitrust thinking and in antitrust enforcement in the United States. And that's true also, I think, around the world, but it's really a time of for some folks, significant potential change in the US. And that's particularly true as the climate relates to online platforms. Opinions still vary pretty widely within the US. There are those that want to use legislation to separate platforms into standalone businesses that can't undertake other types of services. There are others that would like to use regulation to treat platforms like public utilities, for example, so heavily regulated utilities. There are others that want to have more of a targeted approach to regulation that would prevent certain types of conduct like self-preferencing that you mentioned from occurring. And then there is still another camp, and I think I fall into this last camp, which really wants us to take more of a hands-off approach from a regulatory standpoint and really rely on antitrust enforcement that's focused on consumer welfare and that really attempts to target clear competitive problems in the marketplace. So the discussion in the US about how to approach online platforms with the antitrust laws or otherwise through potentially regulation, it's obviously been going on for a long time. It's something that the FTC was looking at about 10 years ago. It was looked at and thought about before then. What's really changed in the US over the last 18 months or so since the Biden administration has taken office is that there really seems to be more of a willingness on the part of leading government officials in the US and other stakeholders to really begin to focus on how platforms are constituted, how they are treating their users. And in other words, there's more of a focus on the structure and the rules governing a platform's operations. And then includes at times people talking about proprietary algorithms and what can be done with respect to proprietary algorithms. And that is very different from the worldview that I think prevailed until recently, and frankly may still prevail, but isn't currently reflected in the government, that we should take more of a hands-off approach with respect to platforms because it could be viewed as interfering with a private entity's product design choices. And that could have significant negative effects on innovation in the platform space, on investment, on output overall. But that is a big change, at least from a government perspective in the US. In addition, there is a lot more urgency, at least in the language and the actions of certain senior enforcers in the US and other stakeholders, that there is Jonathan Cantor, the Assistant Attorney General, said there's a competition crisis in the US. There is concern that he's voiced and that others have voiced that platforms present a serious threat to competition in the US and are a big part of the problem. So that's also a pretty significant change. And also a lot of the decision makers in the Biden administration and in Congress today genuinely appear interested in using legislation or at the FTC in attempting to use rulemaking to directly regulate or change the behavior of platforms, or to expand the antitrust and unfair competition laws to get at certain platform behavior. So again, I'll touch on that in just a minute, but there's a lot going on. I think on the potential downside, people like me are worried that overregulation could chill innovation. It could slow the economic engine that I really think has been powering, and a lot of people think that has been powering the world economy for at least the last 30 years. And so to the extent that there is regulation, I think at a minimum, it needs to be very, very thoughtful and targeted. But my personal preference would be to try to continue to focus on antitrust enforcement more generally. Okay, so now I'll try to share my PowerPoint presentation. Let's see if I do this correctly. Hopefully you can see that. So, and hopefully everyone can see that. So I'll start with some of the key government litigation, beginning with US versus Google. I did work on this matter and did oversee it while at the Department of Justice under the last administration. And it is the sort of first major monopolization case by the DOJ in decades, particularly with respect to the tech sector. The focus of the case is on primarily Google's maintenance of search advertising, market shares and monopolies through the use of exclusionary contracts and through revenue sharing agreements. Primarily those contracts are with smartphone manufacturers, OEMs, and they provide for some type of exclusive or de facto exclusive positioning of Google's search engines in the products, right? Whether it's in the smartphone, positioning in the smartphone interface, or in web browsers. And that's typically done in exchange for a share of Google's revenues that derive from search. So from search advertising. And so that's in a nutshell, the focus of that case. There's other conduct that is alleged in there. There's a focus in the case on the fact that the contracts allow Google to accumulate a lot of data that is then not available to incumbents, or excuse me, to new entrants or other types of competitors, much of which is necessary in the development of a sophisticated algorithm. And so that's something that is put forward in that case. But really, it's a case that focuses on primarily exclusive dealing, similar conduct related to exclusive dealing. Google responded publicly by noting that its contracts represent, in its view, lawful deals that are similar to a consumer brand buying shelf space at a grocery store, right, with respect to its positioning on a smartphone. And that it also has said that Google is chosen by customers because of its quality, among other things. That's why it's popular. That's why it's present in so many devices and services. And so that's that case in a nutshell, and I've kind of tried to give both sides of the case. Obviously, I'm biased because I worked on it, but putting that aside, it's still in the middle of litigation. There wasn't a motion to dismiss. The trial was set for late 2023, and right now they're in the middle of discovery in that matter. Another matter that is similar to the U.S. case, which also I should mention did have a number of states join, is a case brought by a large number of states in December of 2020, so just a couple of months after the DOJ-led case. This is a broader case that has different elements and different allegations that really shows a bit more of what you're seeing more broadly and more recently is the transition into really in the acceptance of really focusing more on the rules of a search engine and the positioning of search results and the like. That's really encapsulated in this Colorado case. So they do include allegations that are similar to the DOJ-led complaint, but they also look at things like Google's self-preferencing or allegations of its self-preferencing with respect to its search engine results page, its SERP, and pushing down or otherwise favoring Google ancillary services in results or above results in the one box or other specialized advertising spaces on the results page, and pushing down other particularly specialized vertical providers further down in the results, which the allegations are in this complaint and in this case, that pushing people, what they say, below the fold, right? So further down in the results page, hurts their ability to generate traffic and then ultimately to pose a threat to Google down the road. And part of the theory in this case is really that Google is holding back not only people that are in theory its direct competitors, but specialized vertical providers who over time could represent a threat, because once a user learns to go directly to that specialized vertical provider, they will go around Google, and then Google will lose that traffic and accordingly lose the corresponding revenue. And so that's the theory here, is that these players they sit roughly outside, close but outside of the relevant market, but that they pose a threat to Google within that relevant market. This case also looks at Google's advertising business far more so in more detail in terms of its allegations than the DOJ case, alleging that Google's one of its advertising tools is called SA360. It's an interface for advertisers. And there are allegations there in terms of purchasing advertising and placing advertising. And the tool is not interoperable with other tools or search engines, despite claims by Google that it would be neutral and that Google would maintain that tool neutrally, that it forecloses options to Google users from choosing certain types of ads, steers them to Google ads. And the idea here is, of course, that because of Google's significant ad inventory, because of all the traffic that's going through its sites, that it is able to ultimately, through manipulating SA360, control the advertising space and maintain a monopoly there. Another case is the state of Texas-led case that was also filed in December of 2020. This case came just prior, actually, I think it's maybe 3 days before the Colorado and New York led case. But this case is, again, much more heavily focused on Google's advertising tools business, particularly as it relates to this purchase and sale of display ads. And the facts here are very complex, and I don't think I can get into it in a lot of detail in today's forum, but suffice it to say, the allegations here analogize Google's business to financial markets. And what the allegations say is that Google owns the dominant sort of sell side ad brokers and the buy side ad brokers, as well as the dominant ad exchange sitting in the middle, right? So it kind of controls the entire display ad purchase and sale ecosystem. And as a consequence, it's been able to engage in a lot of conduct that retains that business for Google and excludes competition. Some elements, some aspects of this case are also now, I think we'll be discussing later, discussed or investigated by the CMA and the EC. Excuse me. Another case is the Utah case filed in 2021. This case focuses much more heavily on the Google Play Store. And it does include elements of the prior cases, and you can see this evolution. Each one of the cases that's brought more recently in time builds off of the prior cases, includes some of those allegations, but then includes sort of a new set of allegations. Here, the states are more focused on Google's attempts to install its Android operating system and expand use of the Android operating system through what they refer to generally as an open early, closed late type of strategy. In other words, it's an open operating system for everyone to use and participate in, open APIs and the like early on until there's significant adoption. And then the theory is that Google then takes steps to create more of a walled garden and close off that ecosystem over time. And as a consequence of that, they allege that Google has a significant monopoly or market power and is able to extract higher fees through its Play Store by tying billing in the Play Store to the Play app, right, to users. And so as a consequence, it's again able to push out those higher fees and maintain a monopoly in that space, in the Google Play space. Very quickly, there's also lawsuits, as I told you before, very active in the United States. So there's a lawsuit by the FTC against Meta Platforms. Again, this case is a little bit different. The focus here is really on attempting to pursue acquisitions that were of allegedly nascent competitors. Now over 10 years ago, I believe at least the Instagram purchase was more than 10 years ago, as part of an anti-competitive monopoly maintenance scheme that's alleged by the Federal Trade Commission. And then there's other allegations associated with that, but that's kind of the core allegation, is that these deals, which the FTC had reviewed at the time and cleared or didn't take action on, is the more accurate way to say, that they are now problematic years later. And the FTC is the FTC lost a motion to dismiss initially, then revised its complaint, and is now in discovery on this matter. Similarly, the states, so New York and other states, pursued similar claims against Facebook. That case was tossed out in large part because of a doctrine that says that the states cannot bring cases that are based on significantly old and stale facts. DC also, the DC Attorney General recently brought a case against Amazon. That case claimed that the third-party sellers, that Amazon has a most favored nations provision that requires third-party sellers to give their best fees on Amazon. The allegation here is that as a consequence of the MFN, there is an elevation of prices because Amazon, again, this is the allegation, has high market share, high enough that it passes on costs to its third-party sellers to use its platform, and then they turn around and have to have those higher costs reflected in every other place where they sell their product or service because of the MFN provision. This one also was lost on a motion to dismiss. The DCAG is moving to reconsider, and the Department of Justice actually offered a statement of interest and support arguing that the DC court didn't analyze the conduct accurately. I include here also a statement from Assistant Attorney General Cantor, which is really just meant to show you how focused the agencies are on gatekeepers in aggregations of data, concerns over network effects and the durability, at least from the DOJ's position, of market positions in some of these platforms. And as a consequence, I think everyone expects that there's going to be additional continuing investigations and action in this space with respect to digital platforms generally. Those are the biggest, most prominent government cases. In like 2 minutes, I'll go through. There's several private cases. There's Epic versus Apple, which a number of people I think have been following. This is essentially an argument that Apple has its Play Store its App Store, and that it essentially is overcharging for in-app purchases. It also ties in-app purchases to the App Store. Any developer that wants to use the App Store has to use Apple's in-app purchasing service, right? So they can't go out and get their own in-app purchasing. They can't develop their own in-app purchasing. There's other elements here. In large part, this case was dismissed by the court in California. One of the claims, Apple has a policy against steering customers to other in-app purchasing. That was found to be, by the judge, a potential violation of California unfair competition law, which has a broader standard. That's been appealed because there's an argument to be made, and there's precedent that says if something is not determined to be an antitrust violation, it also shouldn't be an unfair competition law violation. And so that's actively on appeal. And then there's long-running iPhone litigation, which I will simply mention is still ongoing. I think it's more than 10 years old now, and it pertains to overcharges with respect to the App Store in part. There are a number of Google class actions that have facts or factual allegations that are very similar to the government allegations that we discussed earlier. And now I'll get to some of the legislative proposals very quickly. So the American Innovation and Choice Online Act is one that has really gotten a lot of support very recently. This bill would prohibit self-preferencing for certain covered online platforms. It would prohibit any requirements for a customer to purchase platform's goods or services for preferred placement on the platform. It would prohibit misusing business data, a user's data to compete against that user, and it would also prohibit biasing search results in favor of the platform. What's really fascinating about this is both the DOJ and FTC leadership have endorsed it, have supported it. They would be given authority to enforce this act, of course. They would be required to issue guidelines explaining what is a covered platform, what is conduct that is lawful or unlawful under this law within a year of its passage. They would have authority to formally designate certain entities covered platforms, and there are specific characteristics that platforms have to meet in terms of monthly active users and also market capitalization and similar criteria that the agencies would follow. And once someone is designated, once a company is designated a covered platform, that designation can last for several years. So there's also, there are some exceptions to this for safety, for user privacy, for security of the platform and the like, but they are very narrow. And then finally, and this isn't the only piece of legislation, other piece of legislation out there, but this is another one, the Open App Markets Act, which again would, in very short form, it would restrict a lot of the conduct that is subject to litigation in the App Store and Play Store litigations that are out there. So no platform in-app payment can be mandated, no MFNs for app stores, no punitive actions for using different pricing or other in-app payment systems or stores. So that's something that we also are tracking and following here because it may end up becoming law before the end of this session. And then the other thing is the potential FTC rulemaking. Again, just very quickly, the agency is considering using asserting rulemaking authority with respect to substantive unfair competition issues. And this would be the first time it's really done that, possibly ever. Some people say it did it once 50 years ago in a mixed consumer protection competition matter. It's something where a lot of people have come out to state that the agency probably doesn't have rulemaking authority. It's going to be a big fight, I think. There's going to be a lot of litigation associated with the new rules that come out from the FTC in this space, unless there are rules coming out pursuant to new legislation that I just described. So I'm going to stop there. But thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alex, for giving us an overview of all the recent developments in the US. It's really a sea change if you look, think about only 3 or 4 years ago. So let us turn to Min-Soo for his thoughts.
Hello, thank you for inviting me here with the prominent scholars and the practitioners here. I'm improvising many things this morning. Actually, I borrowed this tie from Professor Yi, and I prepared 2 versions of presentation in English and in Korean, and I plan to present my slides in Korean yesterday, but I changed my mind by watching Mingi was using English, so I decided to present my slides in English. All right. All right. I plan to answer these 4 questions. And actually, I cannot give a correct answer to these questions. I just want to give my opinion to these 4 questions. The first question is about the neutrality of search. There are broadly 2 types of search bias, which is violating the search neutrality. One is the bias among the third parties, and the other one is the bias toward themselves, so self-preferencing. So I'm going to talk about the discriminating among the business users or third-party sellers, and the self-preferencing. And lastly, I briefly talk about the social welfare effect of the search bias or search neutrality. All right. Should or can the search be neutral? The prime proponents of the concept of the search neutrality argue that the search should be no manipulation or the modification. So the definition of the search neutrality they suggest is no manipulation and modification of search engine result. But the preferencing is inevitable in search algorithm because the search engine, the function of the search engine is finding information through the search algorithm and expose them to users. But they don't just display this result randomly. They expose their information with a certain alignment structure. And we call that as a ranking algorithm or ranking system. And the ranking system takes into account the various factors, not just relevance of the information, but also usefulness or the up-to-dateness of the documents. And also, they use information about the users, like a location of the users, and they give different weights to each element. Okay? So there should be a ranking between the documents. Okay? And also, although the internet space is a virtual space, so there is no basically physical limitation in space, but there are still restrictions on the space of display with the device. So we can see like 30 results or 40 results in one page, and for the further information we have to go to the next pages. Okay, so for these features of the search algorithm, it's very difficult to require the complete non-intervention of the search engine, like network neutrality. Okay. And for the network, we require the network to be neutral to any contents, online contents. But it's hard to require those kind of neutrality to the search engine. So I think the alternative and more reasonable definition of the search neutrality is like this. Require the search engine not explicitly favor one website or company over another for reasons other than those linked to the quality score or the consumer preferences. But the question is, who decides quality score, relevance, or the consumer preference of one website or one result over the other result? Okay. So it's a very tricky question, actually. And there has been a case about paid prominence. So it's a discrimination among the third parties. And especially some search engines place a web page or contents over the other competitor's web page by receiving some money or fees. Okay? And two prominent cases are the OTA, the online travel agencies cases in UK and Australia. And the cases are like this. For instance, in the Trivago case in Australia, the Trivago is a price comparison site of the online travel products. Okay? And they use an algorithm which places significant weights on which online hotel booking site paid Trivago the highest cost per click fee in determining which rates to highlight on its website. And as a result, often did not highlight the cheapest rate for consumers. But they advertise to the consumers that they will offer the cheapest price. And so they were punished by this APCC, and the federal court has ordered the Trivago to pay the penalties. Okay. But these cases, discrimination among the third parties in platform has not been subject to the regulation of the competition laws. Those cases were punished under the consumer laws. And maybe for that reason, there has been act or legislation mandating the disclosure of the algorithm and the no self-preferencing or no discrimination among the third parties by introducing a regulation, the ex-ante regulation, like DMA in the EU and AICOA in the US, and also in Korea, some of the acts has been introduced to prevent this kind of the discrimination among the third parties, like Act on Fair Transaction on Online Platform Intermediation. And the self-preferencing. I know that the subject of the third session is self-preferencing, but we are in the middle, so let me talk about a little bit about the self-preferencing. Maybe the popular view about the self-preferencing is represented by words by the Senate Warren. She said once that you can be umpire or you can be a player, but you cannot be both. Okay? So many people say that the being umpire and the player is unfair practice. Right? So we have to ask first, before we talk about the self-preferencing, is selling own products problem or anti-competitive? And to that question, I would say that this kind of self-preferencing is common in offline industries like retail markets. So there are many portions, large portions of the sales are from the private labels in offlines already. So it's not the unique features of the online e-commerce. Okay? And there has been many cases of self-preferencing, like Alex just introduced. So let me just skip these cases. But in viewing this self-preferencing, we have to ask those kind of important questions. The first, who are the victims of this self-preferencing? In Google Shopping case, the court, the EU committee said that the Google tried to demote the rival price comparison services. And in neighbor shopping cases in Korea, they were charged for demoting the open market competitors. But what about the Amazon and Coupang, e-commerce? They want to kill rival manufacturers. I doubt about it, okay? Because having good manufacturer or third-party sellers is also good for the platforms. So it makes sense only if there should be extra profit to offset the effects of the decrease in service quality and investment of the business users. Okay? And also there are issues about whether we can charge the self-preferencing behavior as leveraging the market power or so. Okay? And lastly, I want to introduce a result of the economic studies about the effects of the search neutrality on the consumer welfare. Briefly, I believe that Bobby will talk more about that. And the studies in economics show that the granting prominence can enhance the social welfare when the contents providers compete in quality. The intuition is very simple. So high quality firms are willing to pay more when the firms compete in quality. And so when they pay more to the platform, they will place in high ranks. So the ranking is coincident with the quality. So it's good for consumers and it's good for the sellers. Okay. So I'll pass this talk about these academic works to the Bobby.
Thank you, Min-Soo. Search neutrality, of course, sounds good. Who would object to the notion that search algorithm should be neutral? But if you think about it carefully, many thorny questions arise. So in preparing this session, I tried to find some answer by doing some search myself. I was delighted to find that Bobby, our third panelist, recently wrote an academic paper on this issue. So Bobby, but let me remind you that our session ends at 11:15. So in order to leave time for discussion, please focus on the key points that you want to make. Bobby?
Terrific. First of all, thank you all for having me. I would like to thank the organizers, and secondly, thanks Alex, thanks Minsu for wonderful remarks. Now let me just jump right into it. There are a couple of points I wanted to elaborate. And the first point I wanted to actually talk about today is a comparison between search neutrality, which is a core concept in today's session, versus a well-studied, well-established concept of net neutrality. Because after all, we have already been debating over net neutrality for almost 20 years, right? So there are a lot of insights that we can borrow from that stream of literature and to enhance our understanding about the first concept, which is search neutrality. Specifically, just to give everyone a very quick, a high-level explanation of net neutrality, this is about the speed of internet traffic. If net neutrality is implemented, then all different types of internet traffic should be treated equally. In other words, when you watch Hulu, when you watch Netflix, right, as a consumer, your experience should be identical in terms of the internet speed. Now, in terms of search neutrality, on the other hand, the definition is such that search engines should have no editorial policies other than that their search results be comprehensive, impartial, and based solely on relevance. Here I have bolded the word relevance because in the next 2 to 3 slides, I'm going to highlight the word relevance time and again. Now, you're looking at a table that essentially contrasts the two different types of neutrality. On the left panel, we see net neutrality, which basically says that internet speed directly impacts consumers' consumption utility for the content, but not how much the content is being visible to different types of consumers, right? Again, the core here is that internet speed actually does influence consumers' consumption utility, but net neutrality is completely silent on which types of content will be displayed more prominently, for example. In contrast, search neutrality specifically speaks to display prominence. Search ranking actually does influence a product's visibility. However, conditioning on consumers observing all the relevant products, their consumption utility does not directly depend on whether a product is featured in the first spot or the second spot or the third spot. Now, I wanted to just use 30 seconds to highlight and contrast the philosophical differences between the two different types of neutrality. I think in terms of net neutrality, we're talking about this egalitarian philosophy that treats all content equally, meaning that they should all enjoy the same speed. On the other hand, search neutrality has this philosophy of merit-based treatment, which states that most relevant product should appear first, and rankings should indeed be personalized depending on individual consumers' preferences. Now, I'm not gonna repeat what Alex and Minsu already said, right? So this is a very hot area right now. A lot of regulations and legislations are being proposed and being advanced. In the EU, we have DMA. In the US, we have ICOA, right? And instead, I'm going to use the next 3 slides to address 3 questions. The first question I wanted to briefly address is, what is search neutrality's impact on actual consumer search behavior? Amongst the 3 questions, this question is relatively straightforward. Let's ignore the implementation issues of search neutrality, which I'm gonna get to in my conclusion slide. Let's suppose that search neutrality can be effectively implemented on any major platforms. If that were true, then clearly from consumers' perspective, their search relevance would improve. which directly means that their top-ranked search queries will be more relevant, okay? They are going to be able to enjoy search results that their inner preferences are more closely aligned with. Now, the direct implication of improved search relevance is that consumers no longer need to engage in extensive additional searches. So as a result, the direct implication from consumer search behavior is that their total search cost should be reduced if search neutrality is implemented. Now, I'm going to also shamelessly engage in some self-preferencing act because I've cited one of my own papers. This is one of my latest papers on search neutrality, exactly on this topic. And because this paper allows me to answer the second and the third question. So the second question is, what is the impact of search neutrality on pricing competition? And to give you an overview of the implications, let's start with the benchmark where there's no search neutrality, right? I'm gonna use Amazon as a running example, but you can think about, JD.com, you can think about Alibaba's Tmall.com, right? Or you can think about Apple's App Store or Google's Google Play, right? Google Play Store. It applies to all major online marketplaces. Without search neutrality, Amazon is very likely to make their first-party product more prominent in consumer search result, right? In other words, when you search curtains, for example, you are, as a consumer, you are very likely to see the top-ranked curtain product to be Amazon Basics branded, right? In fact, I did some search myself, over 200 categories, and in a vast majority of my personal search results, Amazon has ranked its own first-party product more prominently than competing third-party products. However, because Amazon or Apple or Alibaba have incentives to prominently display their own first-party product, let's think about what third-party product sellers will do, right? So in order to invite consumers to search lower-ranked, less prominent product, those third-party products will have to reduce their prices. So it turned out that a certain level of self-preferencing has some pressure, downward pressure on competitors' prices. And this actually is pro-competitive from consumers' perspective. Now, let's think about what happens in a world where search neutrality is perfectly implemented. In this world, both first-party products and competing third-party products will be top-ranked for consumers who more strongly prefer, respectively, those products. Now, if you are a consumer, if third-party products are ranked first in your personalized search query, what will the third-party seller do? The third-party seller has strong incentives to raise their prices, to better benefit from this better match enabled precisely by search neutrality. The same logic goes for first-party seller, right? For Amazon, for Apple's, Google's. So as a result, third-party sellers actually benefit the most. Why? Because now they enjoy the most prominent position with consumers who inherently prefer their products. And secondly, they are incentivized to jack up their prices to benefit from that better match. However, the fact that third-party sellers benefit does not mean that consumers benefit. In fact, we have identified under a lot of conditions, search neutrality actually leads to leads to increased prices because precisely it reduces the level of pricing competition between first-party seller and third-party seller. So this is my response to the second question. What is the impact of search neutrality on pricing competition? Finally, let me speak to the last question that I intend to share my thoughts on, which is what in the long run, right? In the long run, Amazon, Apple can adjust their commission rate. And similarly, eBay's and Alibaba's can do that as well, right? So what is the impact of search neutrality on sellers' entry and exit? Is third-party sellers' entry and exit? First, just to echo what Min-Soo said before, right? For the platform, for Amazon, it's actually happy if there are a lot of third-party seller entry, right? In general, because more third-party entry, seller entry means that consumers have more choices to search from, and potentially they lead to more purchases, right? And the profit margin, the commission revenue from Amazon also increases. However, I want to caution that with search neutrality, what happens is that in the long run, platform can have incentives to increase the commission to deter third-party seller entry. Why? The intuition is actually shared with you in the previous slide, because with search neutrality, the entry of third-party sellers forces both Amazon as well as third-party sellers' prices to be lower than without search neutrality. And lower prices is something that could potentially hurt the platform. Now, this strategic implication, right, the answer to the third question actually has really important ramifications. It directly negates the intention of ICOA, right? Because the intention of ICOA is to increase product variety and decrease product prices. Now, we've found quite the opposite. In fact, search neutrality can decrease product prices and deter entry, which leads to a reduced number of product varieties. All right, I think this is my last slide. Previously, I addressed 3 questions based on my 2022 paper with my brilliant co-author, Tianxin Zhou from University of Florida, also in the marketing group. And this is my conclusion slide. I just wanted to also provide some sort of hopefully thought-provoking remarks on the practicality of implementation of search neutrality. In the previous 5 slides, please recall that I said, suppose search neutrality can be perfectly implemented, right? But we all know that we live in a practical world where market has a lot of imperfections, right? A lot of complications, a lot of nuances. I wanted to make 3 comments. The first comment is that for Amazon and Alibaba and Apple, think about their search ranking algorithm. Most of the time, those algorithms are highly proprietary. In fact, those platforms probably treat those algorithms as one of their most prized assets. And in order to implement search neutrality, the regulatory agencies might have to have access to those specific algorithms, right? And I'm not sure how this can be effectively played out. And my second remark is that as compared to net neutrality, where, for example, DOJ and FTC can directly measure Alex's internet speed and Min-Soo's internet speed, right? Which would be relatively easy to verify. I would argue that it's actually very challenging to verify whether or not search neutrality is being effectively and strictly implemented. Why? One of the reasons is listed as the third bullet point. Because even as consumers, you and I sometimes don't even have very well-defined preferences, right? So how can the regulatory agencies argue that, hey, the first search result, the most prominent search result to Bobby is relevant or is less relevant as compared to the counterfactual, right? So to summarize, throughout a micro foundation, right, we used game theory models to analyze the strategic impact of search neutrality. And we have found that a sort of a blanket version of search neutrality might lead to anti-competitive outcome in terms of reducing consumer welfare. And on top of that, there are a lot of practical challenges to implement search neutrality. So if there are regulatory agency participants in this conference, I would really strongly advise or caution against this blanketed policy. Okay, I'm gonna stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. I find your work quite insightful, that if search neutrality is imposed, third-party suppliers have less incentive to lower their prices in order to climb up their ranking. I have prepared the question, but first, does anyone have comments, questions, responses to other panelists?
Actually, I have a question to Alex. You talk about, we are interested in the ICOA, whether it can be passed in full, form, original form or not. How do you expect about the future of this ICOA?
That's a great question. Thanks for asking. Look, I think that right now it's always difficult to predict what's going to happen with Congress in the United States. Sometimes things look like they're heading in one direction, then all of a sudden they go in a different direction. But I think that everyone would agree with me that this is the most momentum that I've ever seen behind a bill in this area, right? So there's been a lot talked about the last couple of years. This act in particular has bipartisan support and seems to be moving forward. So I think that there is a strong possibility that it could get passed. It has significant problems, some of which Bobby pointed out, but more broadly, it eliminates the ability of the free market to decide what ultimately is going to be the most competitive and best platform for consumers. That's ultimately going to be potentially chilling for innovation and competition in the United States, which, at least in this space, for potentially covered platforms. So I think the consensus right now in DC, which might change tomorrow, is that this thing is moving forward. My own view, and I think a lot of people share this view, is that if this does move forward in its current form, it could create a lot of issues for the economy, particularly the economy that centers around these types of online platforms.
Thank you. Any other comments to other panelists? If not, let me abuse my power as the moderator to ask a question to Bobby, but others can chime in. It's related to the question that I asked at the first session about the slotting allowances that suppliers give to supermarkets so as to position their products prominently in the aisles. If competition is intense among supermarkets, then of course the supermarkets will pass along the slotting allowances, the money that they get from the suppliers, to the final consumers. Now for the search engines, including Amazon, if suppliers engage in more price competition in either organic ranking or paid advertisement ranking, then obviously it is good for final consumers. But there is another dimension in which suppliers compete in raising their ranking. They can pay the search engine by raising their bids for advertising. So it's like the slotting allowance. If competition is intense among search engines, then they will pass along the advertising fees that they receive to the consumers in the form of improving their search engine. But if the search engine has monopoly power, then it can keep the advertising fee as its profit. So, Bobby?
Thank you for utilizing your self-preferencing power and asking this question. It's actually indeed, joke aside, that's a terrific question. And so in fact, let me sort of decompose your question into two parts, right? The first part you mentioned slotting allowance, right? The second part you mentioned paid advertising to influence the relative prominence. I'm gonna start with slotting allowance. I wanted to generalize this point of slotting allowance. In general, slotting allowance is one of the many instruments third-party seller can utilize, right, to influence to what extent they can occupy certain shelf space in the offline setting, primarily in the offline setting, right? And we know that by and large in the US, slotting allowance is totally legal and allowed. And you have mentioned that some of those slotting allowance might be passed on to consumers. Here, I actually wanted to argue that the online marketplace inherently is actually very different from the offline setting on two dimensions. The first dimension is that if Professor E and Bobby walk into the Walmart, right? And if Procter & Gamble paid Walmart a large amount of slotting allowance, then P&G can occupy the most prominent shelf space. But I want to highlight that this thing is going to be viewed identically by you and by me. In other words, there is absolutely no personalization, right? So all the shoppers, they see the same thing. And secondly, I think also very importantly is that in the online setting, if you search on Amazon.com, you don't have to engage in in-depth search to figure out your potential match as a consumer to know the prices. In fact, you can see all the prices relatively easily, right? On an entire web page of all the competing options. And we don't have that in the offline setting, right? In the offline setting, you really literally have to, pick up the label to see exactly, hey, what's the dollar amount of this product? Now, because of those two unique features of the online setting, I would argue that search neutrality really gives, if implemented, right, effectively, really gives third-party sellers this advantage of very organically match with consumers who inherently have strong preferences with them. And that's the word relevance, right? And as a result, they indeed have incentives to increase their prices and benefit from that, organically obtained prominence. And as a result, consumers might suffer from that. Now, the second point, very quickly, I don't want to use too much of our time. I wanted to allow some other interesting questions as well. Secondly, you mentioned very nicely paid advertising. The way I see paid advertising is that consumers can be categorized into different groups. There will be a segment of consumers who actually are very time constrained, right? They might actually click on what are the top ranked products, which normally are sponsored ads products, right? And in that sense, I would argue that even sponsored advertising itself is acting as a facilitator, right, to reduce consumers' search annoyance, search inconvenience. Now, of course, I'm not saying that sponsored advertising is always pro-competitive. All that I'm trying to say is that different instruments need to be systematically investigated before we just give a sort of a unidimensional suggestion, right? So just to conclude and to respond to your question, I completely agree with Alex's sentiment. I think in the current form, if this bill is completely signed into law, it will have significant chilling effect on the innovation. So who knows? Maybe there won't be any online version of slotting allowance anymore, right? Because it's completely banned. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks. Bobby or Minsu? Sorry, Alex or Minsu? Yeah, the problem is, as always, we run out of time when the discussion gets just interesting. But we have third session, which is self-preferencing, so we can have related discussion, I guess. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting session 3, the title of which is Efficiencies of Self-Preferencing and Consumer Welfare. I am the moderator for this session. I am Kyungwon Ri from Dongguk University. I'd like to introduce to you the 3 distinguished panelists who are joining us. First, from Yeongnam University Law School, we have Professor Jae-han Shim. Next, from Covington and Burling, Mr. Thomas Barnett. He's a partner at Covington and Burling and is currently joining us via online. Last but not least, from the Korean FTC, Director Jung-Kyu Sun. I would like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. As you're well aware, online platforms play a huge role in our daily lives. There are various online platforms who are having a major impact on our day-to-day life. Of course, the consumers, this implies that the consumers are enjoying the benefits from these platform services. That said, however, there is a tipping to a handful platforms, and so the harms or anti-competitive harms that we witness in other industries may occur in the online platform industry as well. And this is what is causing our concern. Now, online platforms argue that they provide benefits to users by reducing the transaction fees and whatnot, but they are making it difficult for latecomers to enter the market, and because they're increasing market power, various stakeholders hold them in an unfavorable view. So now they're facing restrictions on a level or in what they used to operate in freely. Now, from the fair trade point of view, we will be making in-depth review of various issues today. In our session in particular, we are going to take a look at some cases of self-preferencing behavior observed in online commerce platforms, as well as actual enforcement cases by competition authorities. We will also discuss related competition law issues. Of course, our discussion will cover the impact they have on user welfare. Now, I think I've been talking too much, so let's get started with the actual discussion. In fact, the self-preferencing strategy is not something new that we see in the online platform industry. It was already observed in offline retail industry. However, if you look at e-commerce via online platforms, there is a myriad of products provided by countless sellers, and from the user's point of view, it is difficult to look through each and every one of them, which is why online platforms have no choice but to provide a search service. However, the first-party products may be prominently placed, which is causing a problem. First, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Barnett. Now, this is how I view the self-preferencing strategy. Now, do you think this is a correct view, or can you elaborate on the so-called self-preferencing strategy, please?
Well, thank you for that excellent introduction and for the opportunity to participate on the panel. These are certainly very topical and timely and interesting issues. I want to start my comments by commenting on the way the panel is set up and the way the panel is titled. And I'm going to draw upon something that was an English author, a man named George Orwell, wrote in an essay. It's called Politics in the English Language. And his point, he made a number of points in this, but one of the points that he made was the language that you use to describe an issue or a topic or a thought can actually influence the way you think about it. Usually we think of, we have a thought and we use language to express that thought. And his point was it can go the other way as well. And he gives the examples of, we say, cliche sayings that you hear all the time, that become so used, people don't really think about what they mean. He talked about toe the line. And my guess is that there's nobody on this, virtually nobody who actually knows where that phrase came from. I knew at one point, I actually don't remember right now. And his point is you should be conscious of that effect so that you don't let it inadvertently guide or shape your thinking, and that you're intentional about where you're going. Sometimes this happens inadvertently. Sometimes people do it very much on purpose. They try to label things in a way that will, steer the discussion in a direction that they prefer. So I look at the term self-preferencing. I mean, what do we mean by self-preferencing? I would venture to say a lot of people use that. I mean, you do hear it used a lot. So to be clear, I'm not criticizing the name of the panel or, Professor Ree's use of it, but I'm just noting that it's not entirely clear that everybody has the same understanding of what exactly that means. There's an overall idea that a supplier, I think you're using the phrase, a platform operator, is providing some favorable treatment to a product that it is making available, that it doesn't provide the same support, if you will, or favorable treatment to another product. But there is also, at least as I understand the phrase, there's a negative feeling to that phrase. There's a sense of discrimination that is built into that phrase. It implies that somebody has made a conscious decision amongst choices that are, in theory, equally good choices, but I've chosen my own over another equally good product of somebody else to favor. I actually think most of the issues, or many of the issues that come up in this context, don't fall into such a simple characterization or category. And so I'm going to try to, throughout this panel, use self-preferencing as little as I can and talk about what I think is sort of the underlying issues. And so as an initial matter, when somebody says, okay, you're a platform operator and you're making certain feature or something available in a way that a third party is not able to do or not able to do in the same way. You have to step back and realize that and recognize that these services, they've been around for a while at this point, but they are still relatively new. They are evolving. And what exactly is the product here is not always well defined. And I will give you two quick examples, not from the digital world, but from examples that have come up in sort of US case law. One is, there was a time when you bought an automobile in the United States, you often did not buy the radio with it. You would buy it afterwards, and there were a whole range of manufacturers you could buy it from. Now, when you buy a car in the US, there is almost always a sound system installed. That's chosen by the manufacturer. Is the manufacturer self-preferencing their selected radio? You could say that, or you could say that consumers just expect cars that they buy to have a radio in it. I will also, moving more towards the digital world, I will show my age. When I first bought a personal computer, it did not have a hard drive in it. It had floppy disk drives, and I had to go out and separately buy the hard drive. And again, there were a range of manufacturers that I could purchase those hard drives from. Now you buy a computer. It's all, I mean, if it didn't have a hard drive in it, nobody would buy it today, right? And the computer manufacturers selected the hard drive that goes in there. You could say they are self-preferencing in the selection of hard drives, or you could say that consumers really expect a computer to have a hard drive in it today. Those are questions, and I know we're going to get into this a little more as we get into the panel, that are often not really addressed. What really is the service that's being provided? What do consumers expect, or what do they benefit from being services being provided together? And is that changing over time? So that's at least my initial take or perspective on this question.
Yes, Mr. Barnett pointed out a very, very important idea. This term, self-preferencing, that we commonly use, whether it is accurately defined by people who use it. Well, I agree. I try to minimize the use of this term. Now, this idea of self-preference became an issue because of platforms, the Google's shopping incident. And on that topic, Professor Shin will elaborate. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure you're very familiar with this case, but the EC, European Commission, is taking the lead in enforcing competition laws on mega online platforms such as the so-called GAFA. I believe the first example is the case of Google Shopping. Since as far back as 2010, the EC expressed its intent to start an investigation on Google's alleged violation of competition laws and did conduct a preliminary investigation for several years. Now, in 2015, EC sent notifications to Google regarding suspected abuse of market dominance via Google's shopping-related services and the potential of violation of competition law via its behavior related to the Android OS. And in June 2017, EC made a decision that Google's preferential placement of its own comparative shopping service by favoring its own comparative shopping service while demoting the ranking of the competitor's service constituted an abuse of market dominant position, which is prohibited under Article 102 of the Treaty on the Functioning of EU, and thus issued a correct remedy together with a fine of 2.4 billion euros. Now, EC found that Google reduced the traffic going from its general search page to competing comparative shopping service while increasing the traffic going to its own CSS, thereby diverting the traffic from its competitor to its own service. So consequently, in terms of traffic, Google's comparative shopping service grew rapidly while the comparator's service saw a reduction in the traffic from Google's general search page. For example, the traffic to Google's service grew 45-fold in UK, 35-fold in Germany, 29-fold in the Netherlands, 17-fold in Spain, and 14-fold in Italy. In contrast, traffic to the competitor service fell by 85% in UK, 92% in Germany, and 80% in France. EC found such conduct was restricting competition in the comparative shopping service market by abuse of Google's dominant position in the general search market in European Economic Association and infringed Article 102 of TFEU. In other words, the issue at hand was the diversion of its general search market dominance to a separate market, the CSS market, or the leveraging thereof. And Google appealed against EC's decision before the EU General Court, which upheld EC's decision. As for the so-called search bias case, in which the issue was whether Google, by manipulating its search algorithm and distorting the results, violated Article 5 of the FTC Act, which bans unfair competition practices and unfair or deceptive conduct, U.S. FTC unanimously voted not to bring charges to Google in January 2013, and Canadian Bureau of Competition did the same in April 2016. Yes, thank you. That was a detailed overview of the Google shopping case. Next, we had a similar case in Korea as well, and an enforcement case by the Korean Competition Authority. I believe that the enforcement by the Korean FTC is not restricted to self-preferencing. I believe that it included also decision based on the overall regulation on the online platforms. So we will hear from Director Sun regarding the overall view about of the Korean FTC regarding the online platform regulation and cases of self-preferential enforcement.
Hi, my name is Jung-Gyu Sun. I'm Director for Anti-Monopoly Division of KFTC. Thank you for inviting me to this symposium. I'd like to talk about the policy direction for digital platforms of KFTC. Now, you're aware of the self-preferencing case, the Naver case. Now, that'll be the second case that I'll talk about. You're familiar with it, but as part of a review, let me recap. And before that, as Professor Rhee has mentioned, online platforms or digital platforms, I will share with you the ideas and views of KFTC with regard to these platforms. Now, with the launch of the new government administration, there are a lot of discussions underway as to how to implement or enforce the competition laws. So this represents the presenter's personal opinions and does not represent KFTC's views. Now, first, let me talk about how KFTC views competition with regard to digital platforms. Now, to set the stage, let me talk about trends in the overseas markets. Now, digital or online platforms, as you know, is a hot issue among global regulating authorities. Now, the OECD Competition Committee is held about twice a year, and in every committee meeting, they included this as an agenda. And in ASEAN meetings since 2019, the competition in the platform market and how to respond to the situation was a common agenda on their meetings as well. And recently, there are also summit meetings among the competition authorities. The heads of these authorities have continuously met as part of meetings to talk about how the agencies can respond to competition in the digital world with regard to platforms. So this is indicative of how hot the topic is, this topic of digital and online platforms and their regulation. Now, there are some overseas markets that have plans or have already adopted strong regulations against digital platforms. And even in the U.S., since 2019, there has been the House report, and also the Senate report is also under review and been submitted to Congress. Of course, these reports refer to the large gatekeepers, the GAFA entities that are subject to regulation. But if you look at the details of the regulation, they're really giant clauses. Quite surprising. to see that U.S. is thinking about such major regulations. There are some prohibitions that prevent some companies from doing certain businesses, and also corporate mergers. It is also being discouraged. So the U.S. is also discussing very big regulations against these platforms. And also in the EU, it's actually progressed a lot. There has been a three-party tripartite agreement, and recently it's passed the permanent committee. And by the end of the year, I believe that it will be passed and start being implemented next year. And also in Germany, Germany revised the competition law last year, and within the competition law, they have included the regulatory clauses for digital platforms. And for Japan, they also have a procedural regulations as well. So most of these countries and markets are preparing or have already enacted anti-monopoly laws in the digital market. Now, I think we could divide this into different phases. First, there's the procedural regulations, that's phase 1, and then phase 2. The second phase regulation can designate the large platform players like GAFA and essentially regulate them. So we did this similar analysis at KFTC. Now, EU have the procedural regulations, and Japan also has procedural regulations as part of phase 1. And escalate this further up to phase 2. The US has 5 package laws, and EU also has a DMA, and also Germany is also in phase 2. It seems like the US skipped over phase 1 to move to phase 2, and the EU is under these phase 1 procedures. And in Japan has phase 1 procedural regulations, and Germany also skipped over phase 1 and is in phase 2, implementing very strong regulations. So I think this is a rough categorization among different markets as to where they stand. Then what about Korea? Let's go beyond talking about phase 1 or phase 2. We are talking about to what extent the platform should be regulated, and as an authority, we mull over this every day. And as you can see on this slide, given the market situation here in Korea, the legal regime of Korea, these would have to be taken into consideration to come up with an ultimate decision and a conclusion. If we look at the Korean market, we are somewhat different from that of the US and the EU. The EU and US are actually dominated by GAFA. So GAFA is dominant group in these markets, and they are having a great impact on practically all business areas. But here in Korea, in addition to GAFA, we have Naver, Kakao, the homegrown platforms. And they're doing quite well in terms of their business performance and quite competitive in the market. And also in Korea, there are a lot of other online platforms. There are delivery apps, taxis, accommodation apps, and different platforms in different business areas. So it's somewhat different from EU and the US. So it is still debatable as to whether strong regulations are required at this point in Korea, since the market structure and characteristics are different. And even if you look at the legal regime, our focus is on the competition law with regard to market restricting practices or competition limiting practices. There is also the Market Dominating Act and also the unfair practices that are subject for meticulous review by the authorities. And the legal structure is also different here in Korea compared to the EU and US. So I think we should take on a slightly different approach, taking into account the peculiar characteristics of the Korean legal structure and the market. And the platform is also a global issue. So the EU, US, Germany, Japan, it is very important to coexist with these other markets and cooperate with them. It's also very instrumental. And second, if you look at the overall direction, with regard to competition, would have to meticulously enforce the law with great focus. Plus, since you're in Korea, we have a lot of stakeholders involved in this structure with platforms at the center. There's a lot of issues on market dominance, and there's an issue of platform and consumer relationship, and also competition among platforms. So this market is actually multi-sided. So there are these three aspects that are noticeable in the Korean market with regard to the platform world. So we will very strictly enact the laws, and also consumer welfare and market dominance abuse issues. We'll also look into it quite closely. And lastly, we would have to strengthen communication with the market. Now, the digital market, platform market, or algorithms, it is difficult for us to really get into the nitty-gritty details of this area. But the market is changing very quickly. But without communication, we might see a lot of challenges and problems. So compared to the traditional world, I think more in-depth communication in the digital world is a must. And if you look at discussion among the regulators, a common agenda item has to do with this. IT developers or IT algorithms, do we have the experts at our disposal? Are we hiring the required manpower, or are we utilizing other tools and means to get that expertise? Because the algorithms and other technical details happening in the online world is a prerequisite to enact the competition laws and enforce them properly. So we could hire relevant manpower or sign MOUs to learn more about the technical aspects of the digital platform world. Now, next, I would briefly introduce to you the case of Naver as a law enforcement case. Actually, Director General Song was in charge of this case, so he will be more savvy to this case, but I'll just give you the overall details. Now, there's a Naver shopping incident. Now, Naver Shopping does business in two different markets. The comparative market that compares products, and an open market business known as Smart Store. Now, the comparative market allows shoppers to compare different products and prices on their site. Now, there's a controversy as to whether these two markets are the one and the same or separate ones, whether that there are different, distinct markets. So in the comparison market, Naver has a share about 70 to 80, a lion's share, close to a monopolizer. And with that base, they have entered into the open market under the brand name Smart Store. And with that business, they are further developing and manipulating. I'm not sure if the word manipulating is the appropriate term, but they are using their algorithms, developing it in a certain way so that their products, their services are exposed on top of the site. Now, there's a lot of talk today about algorithms. But algorithm is just creating the coding for the program. So what's wrong with algorithms? But algorithms, behind them are people. So behind the algorithms, there are people who develop them and who manipulate them. So the intent of these people, what they have in mind when they add a certain line of algorithms, is very important in our considerations. And because there are algorithms run accordingly. But behind these Naver algorithms, there was a person and he engaged in certain acts. To introduce some, he loaded the weight in the comparison market and the smart store open market. So even if you do a lot of business on this market, the weight was very low for the competitors. And in its open market, its products and services, exposure was guaranteed to a certain degree. The open market weight was less than 1, but in the smart store, their weight was 1.5, so that they were not playing on a level field. And there was also another principle that they applied, that a user would conduct a search, and if a product or of a certain identical ball shows up repetitively, then the consumers would get pretty bored with that. So that is actually being prevented by this new algorithm by Naver. So they played around with this as well. I'm not sure if the word play around is also a proper term, but identical ball concept was incorporated in the algorithm so that the same mall would not expose as product or service repetitively. But the smart store, they didn't consider as an identical ball. They considered the placements as identical balls. So that was their definition behind the algorithm that they modified. And they also reduced the open market exposure of their competitors. So as I mentioned, the comparison market, Naver has a share of about 70 to 80%. And Naver entered into the open market quite late on with the smart store brand. But because of their lion's share in the comparison market, they were able to see a growth in the open market business by about 4 to 5-fold. Their recurring share is about 20 to 30% smaller than the comparison market, but this is an explosive growth compared to the initial share, about 4 to 5%. So with regard to these acts and behavior, we consider this as an abuse of market dominance and an uncompetitive action, and we levied fines on Naver. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sun, for the overview of how the KFTC is looking at the online platform operators. And also, thank you for going over the Naver-related cases and explaining to us the self-preferencing element. If you look at the Korean situation, compared with the US and EU, I believe that most of you will agree that the situation is different. Now, so far, there were concerns about the anti-competitive effect about self-preferencing, and that is what we've been discussing so far. That said, however, from fair trade perspective, I believe there will still be issues. And I think in today's discussion, we will be highlighting these issues. So first, to Mr. Barnett, a question. So are there any positive impact of online platform self-preferencing? For example, does it contribute to promoting industrial development or consumer welfare? Could you tell us your view?
Well, there are certainly circumstances, I think, where the provider of a service, if you will, adding a feature that it makes available to users, either more prominently, potentially exclusively, that it does not enable third parties to provide or does not enable them to provide it in the same way, where there would be, at least from my perspective, justifications for doing something like that. As an initial matter, I reference the idea of what is the actual product. That is not always clear. And there may be circumstances where a consumer, is going to be confused, it's going to be burdensome. It just works more efficient if, let's say, these two functionalities are provided in one integrated system. And it typically, and it may not make sense to offer the option to pair them in different ways. This really goes to what I call the definition of what is the relevant product. And that's a point I was making, that it's not always clear in this context, and it's something that likely changes. There can be other circumstances. So, for example, giving a third party the ability to provide a similar feature could require giving that third party company access to very sensitive information. It might require access to personal information that affects the privacy interest of individual users. And if you, in a just sort of a very broad example, if in that circumstance, if you told a company operating one of these services, you have to allow any third party who wants to get access to that so that they can provide this additional service, you may significantly undermine the security of that consumer information. And in that circumstance, it may make sense for even one company to have access to it, or only have and other companies to have more limited access, or access in a different form. There are dynamic considerations that can come into play. If, and this is something that has been discussed in the United States regarding situations where you may compel one company to provide a service to another company so that that other company can compete with you. And this goes to the incentive to innovate. If I develop a better mousetrap, is a phrase we often use, and you need a mousetrap to provide another service, you say, okay, I have to make it available to Professor Ree so that he can compete with me in the sale of other products that relate to mousetraps. He no longer has an incentive to create his own mousetrap. And whereas if I didn't make the mousetrap available to him, he would have more of an incentive to go out and develop his own mousetrap, and he might develop a better one. So you can actually reduce competition with respect to some of the services that are part of the broader bundle that are at issue here. And you can also undermine the incentive of me to invest in and develop that mousetrap to begin with, because it may have been very expensive for me to develop. It may have been very risky. It may have been unclear whether it was going to work. And I invested that money, I took that risk, and it worked. Now, if you require me to make that available, especially, and if you make it available, at a very low price or no price, others are free riding on the investment and the incentive and the risks that I took. And if I know that will be the result, I'm less likely to take that risk to begin with. So you may undermine, as I say, innovation, investment in innovation that works. And you can also slow things down. If, as I'm operating my business, I come up with a new idea for a feature that is related to this, and I'm able to develop it in 6 months and launch it. But I have an obligation to make sure that, I'm going to keep using Professor Ree as my example, that he can also provide the same service, but it will take him a year. Well, do I have to wait a year to launch my feature so that somebody else can provide it as well, or can I go ahead and launch it? Those are just some examples of reasons why there can be unintended consequences, if you will, of prohibiting a business operator like this from offering a feature either exclusively or in a way that others may have trouble doing, or that others may end up free riding on the investments that I've made. So I'll pause there.
Thank you very much. Now, in the beginning of this session, Mr. Barnett talked about some examples of self-preferencing, for example, in the automobile industry and the radio that is built in or not built in. But I think that is still valid today. Now, regarding the bundling and self-preferencing, I believe Mr. Barnett is linking these two concepts. So it was a very interesting comment for me. And I believe that looking at the self-preferencing from that perspective will be very interesting. And also regarding self-preferencing and discouraging or encouraging incentives was also well described. Now, in that case, I would like to ask whether prohibiting self-preferencing of the for-profit online platform has any justifiable reasons. And this question goes to Professor Shin. Now, regarding the case of the Google shopping case, which I described earlier, in that case, EC found Google's practice to be self-preferencing, and EU cited market dominance leveraging theory. Now, if you look at the source of the market dominance of mega platforms, in many cases it comes from its search engine service. In Google's case, it has a dominant position in general internet search service. If you look at the 31 European Economic Area member nations, since EC initiated its investigation in 2008, Google's market share exceeded 90% in most of these EEA nations. And in particular, there was a high entry barrier to the general search market due to the network effect. And the more the consumer uses the search engine, the more attractive it becomes to advertisers. And the profit from placing ads on the search engine can be used to attract more consumers. And the consumer data collected by the search engine, in turn, is used to display better search results. Of the users who use Google's general search page as their main service, only few use other general search services, meaning multi-homing effect is limited. Now, while providing its general search service free of charge, Google generates more than 90% of its turnover via advertising, including search ads. And Google leveraged its power in the internet search market as a source of traffic to its comparison shopping service. And based on EC's investigation, Google reduced traffic from its general search page to its competitor service while increasing traffic to its own service, thereby diverting traffic from competition page to its own page. So Google favored its own comparison shopping service in search results display over the competitor service. In other words, Google's comparison shopping service search result will be placed at the top or a space on the right-hand side of the search page, while the competitor results ranked low, and this means consumers hardly ever get to see the competitor's service in Google's search page. Now, based on market research of consumer behavior, there was a tendency to click the results on the first search page, especially results of higher ranking. Based on desktop search results, 95% of the clicks were concentrated to the top 10 results in the first page, and 35% of the clicks were concentrated on the topmost results. So even if it is placed at the top of the second page, only 1% click on that result. And in the case of mobile search, this tendency is more pronounced because the mobile device screens are smaller. Now, Google violated Article 102 of the TFEU by leveraging its market dominance, and it has leveraged its market dominance. That was the issue, the problem that the EC found. Now, the theory of leveraging market power to justify the anti-competitiveness of cases of tying or royalty rebates were seen. And so core market or tied product market and limiting the freedom of the counterparty can be banned as being anti-competitive. Now, leveraging the market dominance in the core market to the tied product market, EU court indicated that it may be banned under some circumstances, although it does not apply per se illegality. Now, EU General pointed out the following three specific situations where the conduct in question can lead to anti-competitiveness in the market. So the traffic generated by Google's general search engine for comparison search service was important. Second, users typically concentrate on the first few results. And third, that diverted traffic accounted for a large portion of the traffic to competing comparison shopping services, which could not be effectively replaced by other sources. Recently, the KFTC disclosed its proposal for the market dominant review guidelines. It indicates that the leveraging of market dominance can be regulated, but according to the Korean fair trade law, we do not have explicit regulations that bans the leveraging of market power to another market. So in the case of the Naver shopping, it is discrimination between itself and third-party seller. So there are some best-known cases of KFTC imposing sanctions on discriminatory conduct as abuse of market dominance, and those are Siemens case and Qualcomm case. Now, Siemens applied discriminatory transaction terms to healthcare providers based on whether they were doing business with its competitors or not, and Qualcomm applied discriminatory royalty fees between companies using Qualcomm parts and modem chips and those that didn't. Now, in the case of Naver shopping, it is questionable as to whether it can be covered by the competition laws regarding discrimination between itself and third-party seller. In the case of Google shopping, Google argued that the conduct at issue contributed to enhancing the quality of its search service and thus was necessary to ensure competition on the merits. And it further claimed that EC treated the conduct at issue as refusal to supply without reviewing whether the access to the related general and special search result page was indispensable or not. And with regard to this, the European General Court found that Google has similar characteristics to Essential Facility in that there is currently no realistic or potential alternative in the market that can replace it as in an economically viable manner and considers it to be a quasi-essential facility. Now, the refusal to supply, if it has the potential to drive out competitors from the market, can be regulated, but we are still currently in the phase of defining what is or whether we can impose this obligation to the platform. Now, if the essential facility owner or the essential facility owner cannot impose an obligation for all of the competitors to use that facility, but in the case of the quasi-essential facility owning operator, we need to discuss as to whether we can impose the obligation for equal treatment to the other competitors. Now, search service is an essential part of the online platform operators' business activities. And for us, when we buy products and we look for news we're interested in or use the map service to find the optical route, we use the search function provided by online platforms in many cases. And Google and other mega platform operators, as well as smaller scale platform operators, provide search results. And we need to discuss whether we can apply the quasi-essential facility principle to the self-preferencing of these smaller platform operators. Now, thank you for your discussion regarding the essential facility principle and the quasi-essential facility principle. So regarding Professor Shim's comment, Mr. Barnett, could you tell us more about this quasi-essential facility principle in terms of the U.S. competition law?
The essential facilities theory, if you will, is something that's been discussed in the U.S. for many decades. But it remains what I would call an unresolved issue. The U.S. Supreme Court, there are some lower or intermediate courts who have adopted a version of the essential facilities doctrine that says under certain circumstances, you have an obligation, a duty under the antitrust laws to make certain services available to your competitors so that they can compete with you. But the U.S. Supreme Court has never endorsed or confirmed that that is a valid theory of harm to competition under the U.S. antitrust laws. It has had some opportunities to do so, but it has never, it has declined to reach it. There is one case that is cited as probably being closest to it. This is the Aspen Skiing Company case that involved Aspen, Colorado. The short version of this is there were 4 mountains where you could ski. One company owned 3 of the mountains and separate company owned 1 of the mountains. And the 2 companies used to collaborate and would sell to consumers a 4-mountain pass or an all-mountain pass. So one price, you could get a ticket and you could go on any of the 4 mountains. And Aspen Ski Company had agreed, decided it didn't want to do that anymore, so it would not participate. And there were some fairly extenuating facts that made it look like, at least to the court, that the only reason Aspen Skiing Company would not do the 4-mountain pass was to harm its competitor. And in those circumstances, the Supreme Court held that there was an affirmative duty to deal. But the court has never endorsed that, and there have been a series of decisions that have tended to limit the scope of that. And you might ask, why is that? And I think there are a couple of reasons that go to administrability of imposing a standard like that, and what I would call potentially unintended harm or unintended effects. The administrability is if we say under the competition laws, company A has a duty to deal with Professor Rhee, my favorite example, the question arises, under what terms am I required to deal with Professor Rhee? Can I charge a fee for that service? And as soon as, if I'm able to, then now the competition regulator, the courts or the agency, has become a price regulator, because I will quote a price to Professor Rhee, and he will say that price is artificially high. It's too high. I can't compete. And go to the court and say, you should order me to lower my price. And now the court has to figure out what is a reasonable price. That's a very hard thing to do. Now you could say I have to provide it for free, but that has consequences too, because again, I may have invested in developing this feature, and there's a concern about longer term incentives that are associated with that. There is the point about undermining the incentive of Professor Rhee to develop that product on their own. There is a very influential article that was written by Professor Phil Arita. It's probably close to 50 years ago at this point, at least 40 years ago, where he talked about the essential facility doctrine, and basically said, he can understand the desire to try and make this available, and but once you get into the mandating things, it becomes it becomes very complicated, and you can do harm. Another example that can come up, it's not just pricing, but in the digital world, one of the ways I'm going to do this is I may make an API available. Well, there are going to be certain protocols and requirements in order to access that API. There may be 5 companies out there who can access the version I put out there, but 5 companies who cannot for some reason. And am I required to somehow change the API so that everyone can access it? And that could reduce the functionality of the API. There's a lot of complexity that can come up. And as a result, at least the courts in the United States, the law in the United States has tended to say, we really would prefer to let the markets determine the answer here. And if you have a reasonably competitive market, there was a discussion earlier about the situation in Korea where you have markets that have more competitors than you see in some other places. Then it can be much better to let the market make that decision. And if you're not going to let the market do it, there's a question is, are courts or even competition agencies the right people to make some of those decisions? And I think you're seeing some of that play out around the world as there's talk about, special agencies or special rules that are being at least discussed. In Europe, you have the DMA that looks like it's moving forward. But this is all to give you a sense of the difficulties that have been discussed, at least from a US perspective.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Mr. Barnett. Yeah, with regard to self-preferencing, it's not really easy to apply the essential facility doctrine. Talk about certain cases in the US, and also talk about the investment incentive of a business. And in Korea, there are multiple platform operators, so it may be more appropriate, better to leave it up to the market to decide. Now, so far, we've talked about self-preferencing from the perspective of fair competition. We have used exactly 61 minutes of the 70 minutes allotted to this session. So the remainder we will use to talk about consumer welfare. Now, self-preferencing, we even cause businesses to mislead consumers. So on this point, we would like to talk about whether there are relevant issues. Professor Shim, would you like to begin?
As you're probably aware, online platforms are two-sided or multi-sided markets. So as such, we need to approach the issue not only from the perspective of the platform business users, but also of the consumers. Now, if the online platform operator gives prominence to certain search results which are different from the actual facts, then the consumers who make choices based on those results will be at a disadvantage by choosing products or services that are not superior in terms of price or quality or transaction terms, which will also infringe fair competition in the market. And in this regard, the Korean FTC applied the regulation on hierarchy-based customer attraction in the case of a Naver shopping. Now, for platform operators' conduct to constitute this hierarchy-based customer attraction, it must meet the following conditions. First, using deceptive or hierarchy-based method to, 2, mislead the customer, and 3, attracting the competitors' customers to do business with itself or causing concerns for hindering competition. Now, claiming that the products, services, and business terms and conditions provided by the platform are appreciably, substantially higher service, quality, or favorable in comparison with those of the competitor operator, or that the product, services, and business terms of the competitor operator are appreciably lower quality or unfavorable in comparison with those of the platform. But the key here is to determine which of the platform operators' conducts constitutes deceptive or hierarchical method that results in self-preferencing. Now, in the case of the Naver shopping, KFTC decided that the prominent placement of the platform's open market and open market products in search results constituted a deceptive or hierarchical method. On the other hand, if you look at EU takes into consideration the historical, cultural, and economic differences between its member states when it comes to various unfair competition practices of the business to consumers. And EU applies directives which each member nation incorporates into local legal framework. Now, the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, legislated on May 11, 2005, is a critical directive in that regard, and this directive provides a minimum set of guidelines for the EU member states to assimilate their domestic laws and regulations with, and demands the member states to convert the directive's content into local law within specified timeline. And therefore, in EU, the judiciary decision on the impact the platform operator's self-preferencing practice has on consumers will be grounded on the domestic laws of each member state. Thank you very much. Now, this question goes to Mr. Barnett.
So in the U.S., is there a controversy or discussion surrounding misleading consumers? Could you give us specific examples, cases?
Well, there's certainly a lot of discussion in the United States, and I guess, I mean, I assume most people know this, but we generally have had two sets of laws out there. We have the competition laws, and we have the consumer protection laws. And if a competitor in the marketplace, provides, whatever it is, information to consumers, search results or otherwise, in a way that is misleading to them, that can create significant issues under the consumer protection laws. And I think that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a competition issue. And if you go back to the beginnings of search engines, if you will, I mean, this is 20 years ago, or almost 20 years ago, there was a question of, are these search results, are they, neutral objective criteria, or are they ranked based on how much somebody paid for them to be ranked? And the Federal Trade Commission issued some guidance that suggested that if you're ranking based on how much you're being paid to rank it, you need to disclose that fact in some way, shape, or form to users so that they are not misled. Now, that may or may not create a competition problem as well. And, in general, I think there's a sense of, if there are a lot of competitors around, if one of them is misleading consumers, the other competitors can point that out, use it as a way to compete. If there are not as many competitors around, I think it's more likely to have an impact. More recently, there is active discussion, you see, and you'd see this mostly at the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, discussion about whether consumer protection and competition analysis should be intertwined. And, they have the jurisdiction, the authority to address both of those issues. Traditionally, they have been, done fairly separately, but I don't have a good recent case to point you to, because I think it is something that is new, that is being discussed, and it remains to be seen whether they really do move forward with a case where there is both a deception issue along with a competition concern, but it is very much under active discussion right now.
Yes, I've talked about misleading consumers, how it was covered under Consumer Protection Act. Now it may be applied under the Competition Act. So intertwining the two different legal systems is a topic of discussion and further research. Now, KFTC also approaches this issue from a similar standpoint. So could you talk about that, Mr. Sun? Yes, when I presented earlier, I talked about how the legal system here in Korea differs to some extent compared to the US and EU. So we do regulate anti-competitive acts according to this law. And there are a lot of categories of regulation. We could regulate the competition restricting acts, and we also regulate the means of competition if it's unfair. And we also look into the content of the nature of the competition. And as was pointed out, we also apply the self-professing concept to the idea of misleading consumers. And the Naver shopping case is also relevant to this. And we took action as an unfair practice on the part of Naver. And Sir Shim has talked about some of the criteria that fall under this category, so I'll not add further to that. But as an example of an unfair trading practice, we do look into misleading consumers. But another point that we emphasize is this. Well, for a Naver shopping case, we consider that a violation with the law concerning the abuse of market dominance. But we also felt that there's also competition restricting aspects to it in addition to consumer misleading, so instead as an abuse of market dominance. Now, there's also a case involving Naver's videos on Naver TV. The algorithms behind it was manipulated so that it'll get exposure at the top of the site. So whether there's a transfer of market dominance or whether it's anti-competitive, there are differing opinions on this. So for this particular case, we considered it, or our finding was that it is an unfair consumer behavior, consumer act. So even if it's not a violation of the competition law, there are cases in which enforce pertinent rules to the cases. Yes, we have had heated discussion on the self-preferencing topic for this session with the three panelists.
Now, I don't have access to the Zoom screen, but I'm wondering if we have any questions or comments from our online participants. If so, we will take one or two. So apparently there are none. Now today we had an intense discussion on the self-preferencing issue. Now as to whether our discussion will be reflected in the law enforcement by the major authorities, I'm not sure that will happen soon, but I do hope this will progress the related discussion further. I would like to once again thank Professor Shim, Mr. Barnett, Director Sun for joining us in today's session. We would also like to thank everyone who are participating online. This brings us to the end of session 3. Thank you very much.